Hi, everybody. How you doing? Hello. Please call me David, Dragoon, Ronan, Somber, Mr. L. What's going on? I'm glad you're in a good mood, Ronan. I have the perfect subject. Can 8-bit games like the NES perform advanced stuff like what Super Nintendo gives me, like Link using a sword or doing a sword swing or Samus shooting in all 8 directions? Yeah, I'm gonna say. I remember Blaster Master had. Well, no, because I mean, in that for that situation, it's about the diagonals. It's really, can it do a diagonal? I would say it's easy, but here's the problem: it's going to depend on the game because it depends on the buttons. When you look at a lot of games, there might be being able to shoot in 8 directions might be situational. So you might have to lock your character in a position, or or it has to do with when you jump. I think it's possible. Yeah, I'd absolutely say so. Had the dentist today. Oh, I got my new laptop the other day, and it's so good. It's Ronan. When you don't upgrade computer tech for a while, and then you do, it feels like you jumped ahead 20 years. When you have your computer and you're like, I've had this computer for like 10 years, and then you get a new computer, you realize, wow, the technology from 10 years ago it doesn't even feel like it's that long ago, and yet here we are, and it's so much better. Like my tablet, I would love to get a new tablet at some point, which my tablet is great. It works really well. And then I try to download certain things, and then I realize that certain things don't work. And it's like, is it that old? Like, I have a Galaxy Tab 4A, I think it is. And I got it probably 10 years ago. It was a Christmas gift. I think it was maybe 10 years ago. If I got a new tablet today, I'd probably be blown away by how good everything is and how well it runs everything. Did you see how shortly after we stopped yesterday, Sega Sonic on Twitter began to tease some Game Awards stuff? I saw some teasers, but I guess they're talking about Sonic Frontiers now. They might be showing that at the Game Awards. Hey, Kara Queen. Just woke up from a nap. Nice. I see you saw that theory that I added you. So thoughts. Well, I didn't read the theory. But I know of the theory that the thing about Spider-Man right now with this multiverse stuff is that they're going to be pulling in. The obvious issue is that they're going to be pulling in Spider-Man stuff from all over, but there's nothing to say that it won't pull other things in as well. So I'm interested. I'll read the theory, but I just the concept alone is a great way to bring in the X-Men. What I'm curious about is, are they going to recast the X-Men? Are they going to use the X-Men from what's it called? First Class? Those X-Men, like those actors, I should say. I've had my computer for like 5 years and it's literally falling apart. I'm due for an upgrade. Meanwhile, I still haven't gotten Windows. I'm still on Windows 10. I have no need to move to 11. And I managed to get SNK Heroines on eBay new for less than $10. Maybe I should buy it just to have it. My chair's doing the thing again. Really slow day at work today, but I'm fighting off the last bits of a sinus infection. Ugh, I'm sorry, Kaito. But welcome, welcome, and thank you for hanging out here. My chair's doing this stupid thing again, where it's just like slowly. I'm not doing anything, and then it's like it starts to roll over a little bit. Oh, my new laptop has very limited space. I can do so much more gaming now with ease. I'm guessing there's not an option to swap out the. I mean, you can obviously swap out the hard drive because it's a laptop. I guess there's not. Laptops don't ever have like dual slot, right? Like you can't ever upgrade the hard drive space. Like, you can't upgrade the hard drive space in a laptop by adding another hard drive, right? Like, you would have to swap out the hard drive that's in there, which, I mean, might be viable. If you buy a bigger hard drive, it might be viable to just get a new install of Windows 10. I mean, it seems like more work than is necessary. I know the Halo TV series is at the Game Awards, so it might be the Sonic 2 movie. I sent you the Venom 2. I did watch the Venom 2 credits. Yes, I did watch that scene. And Mr. L, that's actually what I was thinking about. I was thinking about how that could be happening across the multiverse. It's this multiverse stuff is very interesting. This multiverse stuff is going to be extremely interesting. I normally don't like multiverse stuff for the same reason that I don't like time travel stuff, in that most people seem to get it wrong. Most people, it feels like they kind of get it wrong. I mean, when you look at what's going on with Into the Spider-Verse 2, they're doing a multi-dimensional jump. Who's to say that Miles Morales doesn't show up in the new Spider-Man movie? Who's to say that by the end of this month, we don't see Miles Morales standing next to Tom Holland? We don't know. We really don't know. It has to be the X-Men from the 97 show. Not a bad idea. Maybe do what Days of Future Past did and have the old cast, but also introduce the new cast. We already know Daredevil will be in the MCU in some form. Yeah, you see that? You see that? That Daredevil. I mean, oh my God, there's kind of a lot to talk about with the MCU right now, with where it's going, because So did anybody watch Hawkeye? I feel like I wanna say something, but I want to ask you if anybody has seen Hawkeye. I'm caught up on Hawkeye. I actually am kind of enjoying the show. Is there anybody? Did you see it? Is there any, like, you did? I'm hype with not hype, but I'm excited to see what's happening. Hawkeye is honestly lore-wise amazing. Hold on. You can use an external hard drive. But Greg, Back to the Future. Back to the Future is fun. It helps that I saw Back to the Future when I was a kid, and I didn't really care about the time travel stuff. I don't think Back to the Future was awful with its time travel stuff. I think that there were some errors, but I don't think it was that bad. Good multiverse stuff means walking a very wobbly line carefully. It's just like time travel stuff. Whenever you do time travel stuff, there's always going to be a mistake. I love early Terminator stuff, and even I look at early Terminator like some of this was a mistake. Some of this was not done correctly. I like it when it's made a big deal of and not something that's safe or easy. My issue with the DC shows is that they made interdimensional travel very mundane. Hawkeye. Okay. Episode 3 is one of the best single episodes of any MCU show. Hold on. Let me open the door for him. Hold on. I know. Here. You can go. I fed the cats outside, so you don't have to meow at me for that. He always meows at me for that. Hello. See, when he does that, when so this is his pattern, right? This is his pattern. I feed him. I come home. I feed him his moist food. I give him some time, eats his moist food. I give him his dry food. He eats some dry food. Then he comes down and starts meowing in the kitchen. And I think the reason he meows in the kitchen is because he wants me to feed the cats outside. Because they hop up to the window and they look inside. And I think he wants me to feed them. So, but I already fed them. But he didn't see me feed them. So I think that he's like, you gotta feed them outside. When he does the, it's like the desperation food meow. And I think he wants me to feed the cats outside, but I already fed them. It feels like Marvel looked around and finally went, oh crap, people are feeling burnt out. We better inject some new stuff to get them back into the Marvel-verse. You know what? Honestly, Dragoon, like, I feel like that's always going to be the thing is when something when something's been out for a while, they need to reignite the interest. I think that because you could have reignited interest in a bunch of different ways. I think that the multiverse stuff is related to the fact, you know who I think is responsible for all the multiverse stuff going on in Marvel right now? The internet. I think that the internet is what's responsible. So people at Marvel are looking at what's going on with the internet. They're looking at people, whenever a Spider-Man movie comes out, they talk about all the other Spider-Man movies. It always, where are the X-Men? Bring back Hugh Jackman. Where's this property? Where's that property? Where's Daredevil? And I really think that that 10 years ago, they sat down and said, okay, we need to start laying the groundwork because we have all of these things that can come into the MCU, and we need to figure out a way to do it. No way do you look at the pantheon of large-scale villains and conflicts in Marvel and say, after Thanos, the next big thing is Kang the Conqueror. All my opinion, this is all my opinion, this is all speculation. I don't really think it's the logical step to say, all right, we did the Infinity Gauntlet, what do we do next? We could do Secret Wars, we could do Galactus, we could do Doctor Doom. There could be all of these things that we can do, but they did Kang the Conqueror of all things. Why? Because Kang the Conqueror is a multidimensional being, and they said, okay, we need to figure out how to utilize all of these other properties. We need to figure out how to capitalize on the fact that we still have access to Toby. We still have access to Andrew Garfield. We have access to the Amazing Spider-Man 2 stuff. We have access to the X-Men. We have access to the Fantastic Four. How do we use all of this stuff? Multi-dimensional crossovers is the best possible thing you could do, and you have to do that with Kang. Kang is one of the easier ways to do that. Hang on a second. Major thing that nobody's talking about and No Way Home that I don't think anyone has noticed is where's was Flash Thompson Morbius? Was Flash Thompson Morbius? Isn't there a Morbius movie coming out? I'm not watching Hawkeye. I'm burned out on Marvel in general. So I want to talk a little bit about Hawkeye. I apologize if I'm going to not really spoil anything because they haven't really, they have, what I'm going, the couple of things I'm going to say, they haven't actually confirmed. So in Hawkeye, you see a character. It's sort of, she's kind of like the right now she's the primary villain character. When she's a kid and she starts to be trained, there's a guy that you see that like comes over and he sort of touches your cheek, the sort of like, oh, precious child or something like that. You don't see who it is. I'm about 99% sure that was Kingpin. About 99% sure that it's Vincent D'Onofrio's Kingpin from the Daredevil show. I saw a thing today that they are talking about. If anybody saw the Black Widow movie, the girl that's in it, that's Widow's friend, Natasha's friend, Yelena. Yeah, Wilson Fisk. The girl that's in it, Yelena, supposedly there's a rumor that she's going to pop up in Hawkeye. Which I would completely understand because she was from what I've seen, she's a fan favorite from that movie. She's a great character in that movie. If you've not seen the Black Widow movie, watch it. Yelena is enough for you to watch the movie. She's so great. The potential of what they're doing with some of these crossover, and now we see Charlie Cox as Daredevil is going to be in, which Charlie Cox as Daredevil should have been in Spider-Man already. You'll have to forgive me. That's a stupid thing that they didn't do. Charlie Cox as Daredevil, Netflix Daredevil, was an extremely popular character, an extremely popular premise, and there's no reason that character should not have already appeared in a Spider-Man movie. Let's see here. Power surge for a second. It scared the crap out of me. Catception. Feed them human. Spider-Man No Way Home is the most hyped movie since Endgame. Garfield just got. Yeah, I saw Garfield got announced. I made a joke about the fact that there's no voice clips in Nick All-Star Smash, so it's a big orange cat. It might as well be Heathcliff. They were planning most of this for years. Yeah, I mean, you're not. It's not like they just started to do this last year and they're already making a bunch of movies for it. This is a plan from years back when the internet started saying, "Where's the X-Men? Where's the Fantastic Four? Where's this? Where's that?" And then Disney bought the Fox stuff, and the Marvel writing team collectively screamed and began rewriting their planned script. They're actually doing. I don't know if they're Secret Wars. It's not going to be like the original Secret Wars, but if they do a Secret Wars, I'm going to be very happy because I like Secret Wars. There's a Morbius movie coming out starring Jared Leto. They need to keep Sony sweet. Likely why the Venom 2 and that's what's crazy is that with that Venom 2 scene, nobody's talking about the fact that we're going to see Venom in this Spider-Man movie. Nobody's talking about the fact that Venom shows up in this Spider-Man movie. Fight me. Venom shows up in this Spider-Man movie. Kevin Feige did confirm that Daredevil's going to be in the MCU in some form, and I believe it's the actor. No, it is. Kira, that's what I'm saying. That's Charlie Cox. They did confirm that Charlie Cox is going to be showing up as Daredevil in I don't know if it's the next. I don't know if it's the Spider-Man movie coming up or it's going to be something further. But I am not. I'm wholly convinced that we're going to see crossovers in multiple areas. We're not. It's not just going to because it's going to be Spider-Man. It's going to be Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness. It's going to be Kang. I think is supposed to show up in Ant-Man and Wasp. What's it called? Quantumania. Kang is going to be in there. This multiverse stuff is going to do exactly what we think it's going to do, and it's going to span multiple franchises and multiple movies. It's going to do the same thing Avengers did. They probably didn't because Spider-Man Sony deals were still kind of shaky. But Venom's ending seems to show that they have truly figured it out. They didn't show Venom in the trailers, but the Venom 2 credit scene is totally hinting at it. Venom. I don't know if you want me to say it. Like, do you want me to say it? Do you want me to say what happens? Actually, you know what, Mr. L, do you have the clip? Can you link the clip here? And then, because I know it's on YouTube. Can you link the clip? And then you can watch it if you want. If you don't want to, it is the post-credit scene from Venom 2. I didn't watch Venom 2, but everybody here told me about. Mr. L specifically told me about the end credit scene, and then linked it to me, and I watched it, and I'm like, all right, this is all over the place. This is and in a good way. It's all over the place in a good way. Uncle sponsored spoiler. Just a PS5 version. Wait, what? Spider-Man PS4 is getting an update with the No Way Home suits are getting added. I won't be shocked if we get a Daredevil. Let me ask you. Do you think, for Daredevil, what do you think is more likely? Do you think it's more likely that we get... I'm going to give you three choices. I should probably do this as a poll. 3 choices. Do you think we would get a Daredevil Season 4, a Daredevil theater, like MCU movie, or a Daredevil Netflix-only movie? 2-hour Daredevil movie only on Netflix. What do you think one of those 3 is more likely than the others, if at all? Or do you think none of that would ever happen? There it is. Okay, yeah. I want Dark Doctor Strange to show up. You think Daredevil Season 4? It's tough because Netflix cancels things that people are enjoying. It's so weird. I'll still never forgive them for canceling Santa Clarita Diet. There's no way Disney's touching Netflix. I don't know. I think, you know what? I'm going to tell you something. When it comes to stuff like that, There's no way this company is going to work with that company. There's no way Disney's going to work with Netflix or Sony or any of these, or Fox or any of these. I honestly think when it comes to certain things, we are moving into an area where the companies are realizing this benefits all of us if we work together. I really think that. I really do think that we are getting to a point where this whole thing about Disney and Netflix are the lines. I think we're going to get to the point where those lines are blurred. And for good reason, because it throws everybody off. It's hard to surprise people nowadays. It's hard to shock everybody with the things that happen. So what better way to do it than for these companies to see everybody saying, well, that's never going to happen because of this. And then they do it anyway. I feel with how Disney yanked down and kept down the Netflix shows, I suspect they're moving him to movie form. There's no way Disney's touching Netflix. Then how about this? How about who owns Daredevil right now? Because I would imagine Netflix still owns Daredevil. Do you think Disney could buy Daredevil off of Netflix, put the show on Disney Plus, and then make a season 4? Happened with Clone Wars. No, actually, no. Clone Wars season 7 was on Netflix, I think. I'm sorry, I forgot about Sora. Netflix canned the Marvel stuff as they knew Disney Plus was coming, and they knew they wouldn't get their deal renewed. We thought Spider-Man wouldn't be in the MCU because of Sony, and then Civil War happened, and it blew everybody away. I remember the theater freaking. People knew he was going to be in that movie, and people were freaking out when that scene happened in Civil War because everybody had it in their minds that it was not possible. I think Marvel still owns the show rights, so if they were to use him, it would probably have to be a movie. They could 1,000% buy Daredevil's Netflix rights. Absolutely. Marvel Studios gains back the rights to Daredevil from Netflix. Gain back the rights, did they? If Disney and Sony can work together for Spidey Disney, and Netflix could work together for Daredevil. The post-credit clip has to mean something. Hero, that post-credit clip, I believe, is happening in more places than we know at this point. I would imagine, you know what I think is going to happen over the course of the next 5 years of MCU? That scene is going to be played out in multiple things, and I think we're going to get some movies where characters just randomly show up. They're going to show up, and we're going to think, how the hell are they there? And we're going to remember, oh yeah, Venom 2 clip, Spider-Man No Way Home. This thing that happened is happening all over. So you're going to have random characters showing up, and that's where it's going to be coming from. I thought it was that Netflix didn't cancel those shows. Is that what it is? Disney had them take them down. Well, they're still up there, though, aren't they? Can I turn on Netflix and watch Can I turn on Netflix right now and watch Daredevil? Or do they have to remove it? Maybe we can get Blade versus Morbius? All right. You just blew my mind. I'm telling you, this is what's happening. We're gonna have characters show up. Here's the one that I'm waiting for. I am waiting for characters to be out in space and for the Fantastic Four to show up. That's what I'm waiting for. I feel like I should stop with the company A won't work with company B. Yeah, and Shadow, it's not just you. I honestly think that if the companies were smart, they would acknowledge that is what everybody says right now. Someone in those companies has to be telling them, nobody thinks this is going to happen because they don't think we're all going to work together. If they work together, money talks, absolutely. If they work together and realize, wow, we can make $1 billion by doing this. How does it work? We make the movies, you make the shows. These companies will work together, and you're going to see characters appear. You're going to see franchises, characters being fought over. Hey, Killer Claws. And hi, everybody, if I have not said hello to you. You're going to see characters popping up that you had no idea were going to pop up. And they're going to be doing it because of this stuff that's going on. Because of what happens in No Way Home. And probably with Quantum Mania. Because through the Quantum Verse, it's entirely theoretically possible that when you go into the Quantum Verse, depending on how you travel, you could come out not just at a different time, but in a different place, or accidentally bring something with you. But people are petty. People are petty. Companies are greedy. Let's be clear here. People are petty. Companies are greedy. Not greedy. I mean, they're companies. They're in it to make money. If there's money to be made, they're going to make it. That, my opinion. You say money talks, but their egos are massive, so sometimes it's possible. It is impossible with sometimes, but it's somber, and that's exactly the point. Sometimes, so we don't know. We honestly don't know. Waiting for the Mario movie to have MCU credit scene connecting Mario into the MCU for some random reason. Justin, obviously not the MCU, right? I really don't think Mario's crossing over into the MCU. But how about Mario goes into a warp pipe at the end of the movie and pops out into Rosaland? How about at the end of the movie, a warp pipe opens up or a gate opens up and creatures from Subcon come through? Shy Guys, Flurries, Sniffits, they all come through. Instead of just Mario in the Mushroom Kingdom, what if at the end of the Mario movie, we do see some sort of a crossover with other Mario areas? Not entirely impossible. And obviously a lot easier than some of these other companies working together. Hey, Sentinel in the hunt with a tier 1 sub. Thank you so much, Sentinel Wolf 323. Subscribe for 11 months. One more month and you get a new icon. I'm doing good. Sentinel, how are you doing? Hopefully you're feeling well. At the end of the Mario movie, Samus's gunship crashes into Peach's castle. No, here's the crossover. You ready? Here's the crossover at the end of the Mario movie. No. You guys are got this all wrong. You guys got it all wrong. At the end of the Mario movie, there's some wind, right? Portal opens up, drops down, wakes up, says, "Where the heck am I?" It's Captain N. Captain N, the Game Master, crosses over into the Mario Brothers movie. This is it. That's it. That's the crossover. I still think we might never see Sonic Mania 2 because Sega is spiteful. People preferred it to anything they recently made. I'm wondering how that Donkey Kong spinoff will be. I mean, obviously a Donkey Kong spinoff worked perfectly in the Mario movie, considering we're going to see Donkey Kong. I was going to say Metroid comes out of a warp pipe. The problem that does pop up, and we saw it with Spider-Man until the 3-quarter negotiation, is that one of the partners may end up going, well, now that it's big, we want a bigger share of the money. Which they might not necessarily be wrong for. They wouldn't necessarily be wrong for. And that's what contract negotiations are for. And that's the thing. I think a lot of people are having these ideas, and they think that this is brand new. These ideas of multiverse crossovers and new characters coming in, and certain companies handle the movies, certain companies handle the TV shows. A lot of people think that they need to start sitting down and talking about this stuff. These are hundreds of millions and billions of dollars at stake. They've been talking about this for a while. All of this stuff, like I said, all of this stuff that's going on with the multiverse didn't start last year. This stuff started 5 years ago minimum. They've been doing the road work for this for a while. They've been laying the groundwork for the idea that we are going to see a bunch of different things from a bunch of different movie and show universes. And it's a little overwhelming. Obviously, if if it starts to feel like if you haven't watched certain things, you're going to be missing out on a lot of stuff. So it does start to feel overwhelming. I still say, and I don't mean to step on any toes here, I still say this is why the MCU is better than the DCEU. It's the DCEU still feels completely disconnected. I don't care to watch it. It's just too disconnected. If I felt like there was some sort of interconnection between everything, which I never watched Crisis on Infinite Earths. I everybody said to watch that, and I didn't. I think that was like a whole season. But everybody said that I would enjoy that because that's how I feel about this. Is that I like when there's interconnectivity. It makes it feel like there's a point in watching stuff. I stopped with Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. After I think the second season. I stopped watching it because it was clear by then that this has nothing to do with the MCU. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. ended up having nothing to do with the MCU. The fact that Quake, I think that was her name. The fact that Quake and Deathlock was his name, that these characters were never going to show up in the MCU was like, I don't feel like watching this anymore. It doesn't feel interesting to me. They could bring back. I think that was I think it was Quake and Deathlock. It's a shame because Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. had Carl Krill, the Absorbing Man. It's like, oh, way to use up that character. Captain N, played by Tom Holland. At the end, there's a warp pipe, and suddenly he's in an Olympic stadium. Oh my God! Could you imagine Mario pops out in the Olympics? I'll never be not salty that the Zelda Netflix show was canned because it got leaked. It's not even new in the Mario universe. Mario Brothers 2, Mario plus Rabbids, and Wario Master of Disguise are all about multiverses. They're about going to different things. I could thank Amazing Spider-Man 2 for one thing, Spider-Man in the MCU. Honestly, the fact the shows have to be connected starts to be overwhelming because it starts to feel to me that I have to do homework. That's the only problem, Somber, is that it starts to feel like, God, I have to watch all of this stuff. I think for me, the right way you do it is you don't make it feel mandatory. You have characters pop up and you say, oh, okay, that's Daredevil from Netflix. That's Daredevil. Like when Daredevil shows up in the suit, let's say you're watching Spider-Man. You're watching a Spider-Man movie. Let's say you've never watched the Netflix Daredevil show. You know it exists, but you've never watched the Daredevil Netflix show. Daredevil shows up in the Spider-Man movie. You see the red costume. He says, I'm Daredevil. You don't need to have watched the show. You don't need to have watched the show to know, okay, that's Daredevil. Cool stuff is about to happen, right? Kingpin's about to pop up or something. You don't need to watch the show. But, and that's the proper way to do it, is that you don't make it so that I have to have already watched the show. But when people see the character, they should want to say, whoa, Daredevil's kind of cool. Was the show this cool? I should go back and watch it. That's what I think it is. I don't like the idea that I have to watch everything, but I love the idea that it's going to make me want to watch other things. I like that I don't really care about the MCU, but I like Spider-Man, so I go and watch Spider-Man, and holy crap, Daredevil was kicking ass. Was he this good in the show? Yes, the show is that good. Now I want to watch the show. Does the show still... That's what I was asking. They said that the show is still on Netflix. I wouldn't be surprised completely if Disney bought the show and put it on Disney Plus and made a season 4. Yeah, we're talking MCU flip. Having such a wide and interconnected fictional world makes the whole experience more immersive. It does. And you know what it does for me, Mr. L? Again, I don't want to feel like I need to watch it. It reminds me, and I don't know if you guys have done this, it reminds me of comic books. It reminds me of small 32-page comic books where while you're reading it, it's only a small snippet of the story. So obviously you want to read other issues in order to get the full story. But then in the story, you'll hear references to other things. They'll mention other things, other characters, other places, and there'll be a little block. I don't know if they still do this. There'll be a little box that says, like you're reading a Spider-Man comic and they reference something that happened with the X-Men, and it'll say Uncanny X-Men issue number 319. And it's like, oh, okay, I don't need the rest of that story. I don't need to read Uncanny X-Men 319 to understand what's going on here. But if I do, I'm going to have a little bit more. It might be another rabbit hole to go down where I'm like, oh, now this is kind of cool. I like that. As long as you don't make it feel mandatory, I like when that stuff happens. Yeah, the MCU feels like a comic book universe. Spider-Man No Way Home post-credit scene. A sniper rifle is aimed at Peter Parker. The one aiming as none other than Punisher. Shadow, that would be incredible. That would be incredible. At the end of, no, you know what? At the end of the Spider-Man movie, not the sniper rifle thing, but because Spider-Man would detect it because of his Spidey sense. At the end of the Spider-Man movie, JJ is talking to somebody and saying, or somebody approaches J. Jonah Jameson and says, I heard you got a spider problem. And it's Punisher. And it's John Barenthal's Punisher. How cool would that be? Also, as far as I know, the Netflix Daredevil is actually another universe. They're just keeping the same guy for the MCU. Well, in the Daredevil show, they mention what happens in New York. They mention the stuff with the portal and the Chitauri and everything. That's actually what part of it is. In the first season of the show, at least, Fisk's company is, I think he's one of the ones that does construction, repairing the damage that was done during the Battle of New York. Like, they do reference it. So it is, unless they're changing it, it is canon in the MCU. Very true, but it could also mean introducing stuff and having to drop it due to failed negotiations. We've seen it happen with a lot of actors demanding bigger cuts and then getting dropped hard. But I feel Marvel has a better plan. Yeah, I think Marvel has a better plan. I think so. This Iron Fist guy is great. I wonder if the show's any good. Mr. L, I think we can all agree no one cared about the problem with the Defenders, because that's what they were, right? It was Daredevil, Luke Cage, Jessica Jones, and Iron Fist, and they were supposed to be the Defenders. The problem with the Defenders is that you have three characters that nobody cared about. I'm sorry to the Luke Cage, Iron Fist, and Jessica Jones fans, but the bottom line is those characters no one cares about. Daredevil is a character that people cared about. I think Netflix helped fund the show, so I don't think they've been even. Bobo, if Disney pays them a buttload of money, absolutely they will. Absolutely. Peter Tingle. What about if it's Doctor Strange from the Toby universe? How do you incorporate someone as insanely violent as Punisher? That's the trick, Ronan. That's the trick and this is something that I mentioned with Deadpool. When people were talking about bringing Deadpool in, I don't like that idea. Even with this multiverse stuff, I don't like the idea of bringing in Deadpool, because Deadpool is a different kind of character. That is a different kind of character in a different kind of movie. If you bring him in to the MCU, you have to neuter him. You have to have him not cursing and stuff. The one thing that I like about that idea is that somehow, because Deadpool can see through the fourth wall. He can see through the fourth wall. He can see that he's in a different universe. Deadpool can pop up and realize he's not in the same universe anymore. He's in a completely different one. You could have a scene where Deadpool tries to curse and he can't. Watch him struggle to try and curse, and he goes, oh, I guess I can't curse in this universe. And that's it. That scene right there is hysterical, and answers the question, why is Deadpool so vulgar in the Deadpool movies and he's not vulgar in this movie? You throw in one little scene like that makes perfect sense for the character, and it completely explains why he's not the way he was in the Deadpool movies. Fixes it completely. He flat out calls it out. Oh, I guess I can't curse in this universe. I would have watched Defenders of Hawkeye was the leader. That's what the multiverse was, though. It can have the same events, but slight differences. Just because while Netflix referenced the MCU, I believe Disney can't reference certain things from the Netflix series. Plus, if they count it as a different universe, they can recast and redo the failed shows like Iron Fist. I really don't think they'll bother with Iron Fist. If you're gonna recast and redo any of those, I think it would be Luke Cage. Daredevil, they're not going to bother it because Daredevil was too popular. If you try and scrub Netflix Daredevil from the history books, people are going to be pissed off. I think Luke Cage is the show where they could say, all right, we're going to just redo this completely. Which is a shame because the guy that played Luke Cage was actually really good. And yeah, Kira, I agree. I don't like the idea of bringing Deadpool into the MCU. I'm just saying if they really wanted to do that, that's how they could do it. Now, here's who I would like to see come in. I wouldn't mind seeing there's another fourth wall character. I think Gwenpool would be an interesting idea. I think Gwenpool's an easy one to bring in. Same situation, similar situation. I think pulling Gwenpool into the MCU, even temporarily, I think is a good idea. I think that is a niche, fan favorite character. It's a great way to bring in a Deadpool without actually bringing in Deadpool. How do you incorporate someone as insanely violent as Gwenpool? See now that I'll give you this, Ronan. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. But same thing with Deadpool, dude. Same thing with Deadpool is that I mean you could do the same thing with Deadpool where you know he gets violent and have him fight robots or something, and then he's like, oh, I'm used to fighting people. Like you could do the same thing with Gwenpool. That issue where very violent, how do you bring them in? There's another character that's a problem with. I have heard people say bring in Hugh Jackman's Wolverine as Logan. That's a tricky one because Logan in that movie was wildly violent. So that's tough to bring in. I still think it's possible, but it would be interesting. Pull Deadpool in the MCU, but restrict him to his own movie. I feel like Gwenpool could pop up in Spider-Verse. That's a thing where I'd be interested to see where these characters pop up. Gwenpool probably popping up into a Spider-Verse is probably a little more likely. Bobo, I agree. I absolutely agree with you. I'm just saying I've heard people say that. I absolutely agree that Hugh Jackman's Logan is great the way it was. We could get video game Spider-Man. I don't think we'll see Bruce Banner's other personality, Joe Fixit. I mean, and then that becomes the question. That becomes the question of what versions of these characters do you pull in? Who do you pull in? How specific do you get when you pull these characters in? Every X-Men had that issue with Wolverine. I have nothing to back this up, but with the way they worded Tom Holland's future, they could still get Spidey and Deadpool together. They said Tom Holland should return for a Spider-Man movie, but then they trailed off about some other stuff that may mean he falls out of the MCU main universe, and then said Spider-Man would get another trilogy. People assume that means Tom signed for a trilogy, but the way worded, it sounded like they will get another Spidey from another universe. I mentioned this before. Do you think they just bring in Miles Morales? I am not entirely not convinced that Miles Morales won't be in No Way Home. I am in the camp firmly that consider, and this is my reasoning. I'm gonna explain my reasoning to you. This is my reasoning. Hey, Log. Best way to cap off just chatting session is a new trend of tier list. Everybody loves tier list. I have to do a tier list one day. Everybody loves tier list. This is why I think we're setting up Miles Morales in MCU. It is too coincidental that MCU and Into the Spider-Verse are doing a multi-dimensional crossover. Spider-Verse is a multi-dimensional crossover thing. It just happens to just be other Spider-Man. It is too coincidental that the MCU is doing multi-dimensional crossovers with multiple Spider-Men at the same time that Spider-Verse is doing it. It's too much of a coincidence. I don't think there is a way that we get out of No Way Home, or at least the next Spider-Man movie, and we don't see that Miles Morales, that specific Miles Morales. You could also do that. Well, we have Spider-Verse 2. The trailer for Spider-Verse 2 is already there. That's what Somber, that's basically what I'm talking about, is that the Spider-Verse 2 trailer is already out, and they're doing multi-dimensional crossover, which basically the first one was, but it was just other Spider-Man. He could be, it feels like at the moment, Sony wants anything tied to Spider-Verse to just be theirs at the moment. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think it's also Sony riding the Spider-Man hype to have an easier time getting people excited. It's easy. It's easy. It's easy money. Oh, what if they get switched at the end? Miles goes to the MCU and Peter goes into a Spider-Verse, at least for a movie. Well, what's the thing about oh, I got one for you. Hold on. I don't think this is going to happen, but I have a way to do this. The end of No Way Home, because what happens in No Way Home? Peter wants everybody to forget that people knows that he's Spider-Man. He doesn't want to live as Spider-Man anymore. What does it say in the trailer? I had one good week with MJ and then it all fell apart. What if during No Way Home, Miles Morales pops up and Tom Holland, Peter Parker, says, now that there's a Spider-Man, I don't have to be Spider-Man anymore. And then this Miles Morales sticks around for a little while, and this is the Spider-Man that we follow now. In the MCU, it's Miles Morales Spider-Man. And he is the Spider-Man from a different universe who unfortunately would have to stay there because it sucks because his parents live in the first universe. Just ask this question. What makes them more money? Omega, you know what makes them more money? I'm going to tell you. This is what I'm talking about. This is what makes them more money. Are you ready? Everybody paying attention? This is what makes them more money. Working together. For as much as you want to say, no, it's not going to happen. No, their egos are too big. No, they want their own thing. If everybody gets their own thing, they all sit in their own corners, nobody talks to each other, and nothing gets done. If they are, I believe they are coming to the realization everybody makes more money when we work together. Look to the left of the poster near Miles' knee. You can see the mecha. Oh, right there. Right there. Yeah. Yeah, because I know they're bringing Toei Spider-Man into it. And that's the Japanese opening. Spider-Verse 2, the poster shows Leopardon, the original Japanese Spider-Man, who is a Sentai character. Yeah, with the mecha. They're pushing Spider-Man like they did Iron Man. They aren't throwing away Tom Holland. Well, that's the thing. You don't have to throw away Tom Holland permanently. You don't have to throw away Tom Holland permanently. but maybe you do a run of Spider-Man movies with how about this? How about you do a trilogy of Spider-Man movies with Miles Morales? And then at the end of the third movie, he goes back to his universe, and now we get an older Tom Holland who has to, or who either has to or wants to redo Spider-Man. He comes back as Spider-Man 2099. Or, something to that effect. It gives real life, and this is the thing, it gives real life Tom Holland a break from being Spider-Man. You get to do a run of MCU Spider-Man movies, or even Sony Spider-Man movies, with Miles Morales, gives Tom Holland a break. Because here's the thing, Tom Holland's going to need time off if he's going to do Uncharted and he's going to do other things in his career. So the best way to do that while not shutting down Spider-Man is to bring in a different Spider-Man. And Miles Morales is just the one that makes sense. You bring in Miles Morales Spider-Man as the MCU Spider-Man for a few years, 6-7 years, get a movie every 2 years. Third movie, he goes back to his own universe, and Tom Holland comes back, or somebody else takes up the mantle of Spider-Man. How about we switch over to Spider-Gwen? How about we bring Spider-Gwen in and we leave her there? How about we have who I know she's not as popular. Who was Spider-Woman? The first Spider-Woman. Or the second one. The second one. The one that popped up. She was in Denver when Denver got pulled into the Beyonder, the battle world. I forget who the Spider-Woman was. Bring in Spider-Woman. Jessica Drew? Is that who? I think that is who it is. Is that what I'm thinking of? Hold on. Jessica Drew. Yes. Okay, I'm thinking of a different Spider-Woman. But yeah, I mean, you could bring in Jessica Drew at this point, who looks like there's a picture of Jessica Drew Spider-Woman with Olivia Wilde next to it. Ooh, I love Olivia Wilde, man. She's incredible looking. And she seems like a super cool person too. I probably shouldn't just comment on her looks, but she's beautiful. Maybe at the end of Far From Home, Miles Morales accidentally ends up in the MCU's Spider-Man universe. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Or we can get Silk. Bring a Silk. Do a Silk movie. Oh my God, this is what I like, man. There's so much good stuff possible right now, and this is I'm hype. I am legitimately getting re-hype for MCU. It's official. I'm calling it right now. December 7th, 2021. I think it's official. I am actually genuinely re-interested in what is going to happen next in the MCU because the possibilities are bonkers right now. There's so much that can be happening. What about Mayday Parker, Peter and MJ's daughter? I think Olivia Wilde is writing and directing a Spider-Woman film. Seems like a perfect way to... Oh my God, it's so good. People really want Silk in Across the Spider-Verse. Spider-Man's always been Marvel's nice ace in the hole when they had a little push. And which is crazy because I don't really care about Spider-Man. I was never a Spider-Man fan. I was never like, oh my God, Spider-Man, did you read in Spider-Man? It's awesome. I was always just kind of like, yeah, he's there. He's kind of cool. It's all right. It's got some good stuff. Or she decanted for one more day. I remember what they said. Patience, Phase 4 needed time to release their big plans. This is the big plan. This is it. This multiverse thing and bringing in characters literally from multiple universes. Not literally, but, well, technically, literally. Multiple fantasy universes. Hang on a second. Oh, I forgot. I watched the vid of last stream, and I applaud you for your Guilty Gear play. Thank you, Ronan. I'm learning. I'm learning a little. I learned today was the OG Penny Parker. Penny Parker was the anime Spider-Girl. Oh yeah, with the robot. And that some fans hated her Spider-Verse change, as the OG was basically Evangelion. Wait, they didn't like the change, or they prefer the original, or they prefer the new one? They hated the Spider-Verse change. They didn't like the new one. Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, Scarlet Witch, and Loki. Yeah. Those 4 properties right there are that is the new Spider-Man movie, Loki, Scarlet Witch, or not Scarlet Witch, WandaVision, Loki, Spider-Man, and Doctor Strange, and Ant-Man and Wasp, was it Quantumania? That is your roadmap for what's coming. That's your roadmap for what's coming. If you are any kind of interested in all of this, I would highly recommend you watch, at the very least, Loki. If you watch Loki and watch what the heck was the show? What If? What If is also there too. Watch Loki and What If, and you will understand how they are coming at this. Space. I like that. I like the beginning of a What If. Space. Time. Wait, where's mine? Space. Time. Reality. Oh, I love it. Okay. I love her in Spider-Verse, but even I was like, this isn't what she was like at all. We're getting into the crazy stuff in the MCU. Yeah, it didn't work. I don't know why that was like that. Hello? 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 There. It's a little better. Did we hear it? Space. Time. Reality. Are you not hearing it? I'm hearing it a little bit. It just wasn't turned up all the way. Yeah, okay. There? Oh, wait. Oh, it was the wrong knob. Okay. Yeah, there we go. It was the wrong knob. Space. Time. Reality. Join us as we ponder the question, what if? That was a good show, by the way. What If was actually really good. I thought What If wasn't canon. No, it is canon. Yeah, What If is... I didn't get it either. What If is actually canon. Space. The final frontier. Oh, you mean I can't use that? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Sentinel, I think that joke writes itself. I think that joke where Deadpool can't say certain things because of universal restrictions, I think it writes itself. It was the wrong knob. Oh, like you said, is it connected? It's in my mixer. It's built in. I have a Mcu. Hold on. It's Pro FX. That's what I have. That's the mixer that I use. There's a V3 that I want to get, just because this one has some issues with it. But yeah, that's all built into the mixer. What I think is, Hawkeye is great. I think Hawkeye is actually a really good show. I actually really like it. I still think my favorite Hawkeye moment was the LARPing scene. But I thought that was a really fun... that's a good show. I think it's really good. It's funny that the last Spider-Man movie was like multiverse. That was all one big lie. And now the sequel's like, it's this thing called the multiverse. It's weird. Which I still have not watched the Spider-Man movie. What? Because it's not on Netflix, right? Not on Netflix. It's not on Disney, right? Spider-Man Homecoming? The one with, what's it called? Mysterio? I still haven't watched that movie. I wish we got the Iron Man episode of What If we never got to see. Far From Home. Sorry. Yeah, I still haven't watched Far From Home. It was on TV. Hero, it's going to sound crazy. I don't have television. I have a television, but I don't actually like network TV and stuff. I don't have cable. When I turn my TV on, it's streaming services and with the apps that are built into the TV. And video games. I don't actually have cable. Sony owns the rights to the film distribution. I think they're adding Spider-Man movies to Disney Plus. It's kind of weird how the Spidey movies aren't on Disney Plus. Yeah, I figured it was because Sony still owns them, but I wasn't sure where they are. Like, they have to be somewhere to watch. I accidentally bought Spider-Man tickets in a different damn state. Oh, no. You're going to see Spider-Man Far From Home. Wait, Latimer. Yeah, there you go. I would like to not have cable, but I live with my mom who likes having cable. Yeah, you know what you got to do, Hero? Slowly but surely, you have to integrate her into the streaming services. Sit down. When you know she's about to be home, sit down and start watching something on Netflix. And get her to the point where she's checking out Netflix shows, checking out Hulu shows, right? You get her to that point, and it's like, wow, I haven't watched cable in forever. And it's like, good, we can cancel it. Scream at Spider-Man. Wait, Spider-Man movies, Disney. Oh wait, hold on. When are Spider-Man movies coming to Disney Plus? Does this actually say? I can't read this whole article right now. You know what's funny? That's an interesting idea. I'll have to read the article later. What if? Oh wait. Yeah, I can't not say it with that. What if the Spider-Man movies, the Tobey movies, and the Tom Holland movies, and even the Andrew Garfield movies, what if they all drop on Disney Plus shortly after this next Spider-Man, what the heck, No Way Home? What if, because No Way Home introduces these other Spider-Men from these other universes, what if, like, the day after the movie comes out, the other Spider-Man movies drop on Disney Plus? Because it's like, oh my God, Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield Spider-Man. Wow, I haven't seen them in forever. Holy smokes, they're on Disney Plus. The next day. Bots! Oh, we're definitely... Attack! Why is that not working? No, you got him. Yeah, how hysterical would that be if they're like, oh yeah, we're fine. Oh, jeez. Picked my thumb a little too much. That would be so funny. I think that would be hysterical. The famous, yeah, we had a bot. It's been months since we've had them, and then we had one the other day, and then now we had two of them in a row. All right, we're doing big. We're coming back. I was struggling to hit it as people. Yeah, that was what was happening to me. I'm like, wait, I'm trying to grab the bots. Hey, Jet Black. Welcome back, famous, right? Yeah, the numbers have been a little low lately, which is actually kind of funny. To stray away from the MCU thing for a bit. That's what the stream title is for. That's where I have it. I noticed that we, and I know you're not supposed to be all about numbers, but I've said time and time again, as a streamer, yes, you're not supposed to be all about numbers, but it's not like you don't notice them. I have noticed, and Ryan actually brought it up before, that we have decent numbers, and then we go to play a game and the numbers drop a little bit. And what I'm noticing is that just chatting is becoming like the more popular thing. This says 40 viewers right now. If we stop right now and start playing a game, that number goes down to 20. And it's so weird. It's so strange. It's amazing that just chatting is like just sort of talking, and it's that popular. So it's like you guys keep saying maybe I should make a tier list. I'm starting to feel like I really probably should just sit here and do tier lists for a week. Yeah, it's hard to not notice them. Doubt it. Sony wants the profits. I doubt they want Disney to take all the profits. I don't know. I think that it's entirely possible. Flip. How about this, Flip? 50% of something is better than 100% of nothing. If Sony says, we will let you put the Spider-Man movies on Disney Plus, but we get profit sharing from them. Does that work? Because let's be honest here. People are not really going to sign up for Sony's streaming service. They're not signing up for it. Disney Plus, everybody has. Most people have, I think. Disney, nope. How dare you? Fun fact, part of why the Spider-Man deals got awkward was that Sony said, now the Spider-Man is making so much money. No, I remember we talked about that. And Disney's, no, we own that ourselves. Those have nothing to do with the films. And Sony threatened to pull Spider-Man if Disney. Yeah, I remember there was a whole, and Dragoon, I remember that because I remember reading about the whole situation and knowing, yeah, Sony's not entirely wrong. Sony wasn't entirely wrong in that. Neither one of them were entirely wrong. For me personally, it's just nice to have someone talking in the background. Hold on, what did somebody else say? Your take on how DCU can improve. Jet Black. My take on how DCU can improve live action. Liven it up a little bit. DC live action still has this reputation for being a downer. Everything is dark and gray. You need to liven it up a little bit. You need to have some sort of consistency. This is not just the DC movies. This is across the DC universe, the DC expanded universe. You need to have some sort of consistency. This is why the MCU works. When a new MCU property comes out, whether it's a movie or a TV show or a book or something, well, mostly just movies and TV shows, a lot of people are interested because they want to see how it connects. Or if it connects. And Marvel does really well with that. DC needs to stop feeling so disjointed. There needs to be some... What I have said about DC for years is that you should have the movies fine and good. If DC wants to win something, they need to beef up their animation side. They need to have a consistent, well interconnected animated universe. The DC animated universe would destroy Marvel's animated universe. Marvel had obviously the live action stuff makes more money than animated stuff, but DC could rule the animated universe market. It depends. Did we get more viewers? No, Ronan. I thought that too. Yesterday, we had like 30-something people. I switched over to Guilty Gear, dropped down to 20. Yeah, it's. I don't know. I feel like the game streaming, people love the game streaming, but lately it's been a lot of just chatting stuff. I think Sony has a streaming service, or they have their stuff on a streaming service through somebody else. But if Sony started a streaming service, nobody would order it. Very few people, I should say, statistically, in comparison to, something like Disney Plus and Netflix. I'm glad Shazam was accurate. DC so worried about being seen as too much like Marvel. They went to, they overcorrected. They way overcorrected. Sony and Disney signed a deal for their movies, including the Marvel movies, to go to Disney Plus starting in 2022 and going until 2026. It's like in the BSC Batman 89 movie commentary, I still get a 0.0001% of your residuals, right? That's still $250 million. DC did the interconnected thing perfectly back in the 90s to later 2000. We need more Suicide Squad and Shazam, less Batman versus Superman. Which I heard that Suicide Squad, the second Suicide Squad movie, I heard was really good. It doesn't help the Sony movies are hit and miss. Sony also bought Funimation, so that was a smart investment, especially since Funimation and Crunchyroll doing a joint service. People like the talking for the interaction. People like to feel listened to and talk back to. And while you do it while playing games, it does feel a bit more we talk among ourselves and we have LP playing. Oh yeah, it becomes harder to keep up on some topics when you have and that's why that's why I try not to play too much of like Tetris or something where I have to hard focus. And I think that's I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I had a thought the other day. And we're gonna off of MCU. We're gonna talk about streaming for a little bit. We went down to 20 again. No, I had a thought, and I was thinking about Odin Sphere. I was thinking about Odin Sphere because I was thinking, we did Guilty Gear yesterday, and then we're gonna play Odin Sphere tomorrow. Which, by the way, we're already an hour and a half in, and we have not played the game. I always feel weird starting games and then stopping them. I would feel weird if we didn't finish Odin Sphere. But I noticed something with Odin Sphere, and Odin Sphere is the game that made me realize it. I love that game. I think that it's awesome. I'm glad to be playing the updated version of it. I think it's a beautiful game. I think it's a ton of fun to play. What I question is it fun to watch? And this is going to sound weird. Is it fun to watch? And is it entertaining to watch someone play? I'm starting to think that it's not. That it's not fun to watch someone play that game. I wasn't liking Odin Sphere's story. The gameplay looked fun. I think that that's what hurts something like Odin Sphere. I've said before, yeah, honestly, not really. I think that game is really, really fun to play on your own. I don't think that it's something that I can play off really well. You know what I mean? When we play like a Paper Mario game, we get to do funny voices. The game is full of funny scenes. It's an entertaining situation. You're it's a turn-based in Paper Mario's case in particular, it's a turn-based game, so you're kind of like, how's the battle gonna go? There's a lot there that is entertaining to watch, and it's entertaining to watch someone else play. Obviously Paper Mario is just more popular on its own. But Kia, Bug Fables. Bug Fables was a lot of fun to play for me, and I think I was able to make it entertaining for everybody else to watch. I think that and you can tell me if this is true or not, obviously you were the one that knows this. On your end, was it entertaining to watch someone else play? I thought it was because the game gives you, and this was a thing that I learned doing SGB commentary. The game gives you a lot to work with. The game gives you fun stuff to commentate over. It gives you fun interactions, fun situations, and interest in it, and a kind of combat that's interesting and also engaging at the same time. This is something I learned. You know when I learned this? I learned this during SGB, the Heavy Rain playthrough. I learned this during the Heavy Rain playthrough. Someone in the comments, I have no idea which episode it was. Someone in the comments talked about how we just make a lot of jokes. Like, more than usual, we were making a lot of jokes. I was making jokes. Like, they even called me out specifically because I was making jokes during some of the storyline. And I remember commenting back to them saying that this game, unfortunately, experiencing it in an entertainment setting is a very flat game. It's super depressing. It's visually uninteresting. There are some occasional things that happen that crack us up, but overall, the game itself is a very flat, drab experience. You have to beef that up when you are doing some sort of a commentary.
Your ideas are intriguing to me, and I wish to subscribe to your newsletter.
Broman Clash, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. you have to beef it up. It has to be entertaining. Now, it's easy for something like SGB. It was easy for that. It's easy for BSC, because it's multiple people. Yeah, for a game called Heavy Rain, it's really dry. It's easy when you have a group of people. I have you guys, which is terrific. But ultimately, you are watching me. I am interacting with you, but you are watching me. You're hearing me. So it is up to me to sort of on my own. Obviously, you guys are here. It's up to me to try and make the gameplay interesting, to make the game interesting, and to make the commentary interesting. That is hard. The more drab a game is, when you're only one person, it's 10 times harder. It becomes very difficult. I love Odin Sphere. I'm going to keep playing that game no matter what. But I do think that may be a case where we don't finish that game on stream. It's because I can tell you right now, we're not even done the first character yet, and there are 4 or 5 other characters I think it's 4 other characters to play through. That's a long game. It's one of the reasons I never did Okami on stream. I never played Okami, and I wanted to play it originally on stream. I bought it. I have Okami. I have the physical version of Okami on Switch. But I won't play it on stream. It's too long. It's too long. God, I wish that's what she said. Jokes also help make the game much less depressing to watch if it deals with dark top. Which Heavy Rain, I mean, if you guys play Heavy Rain, it's super dark. To me, it doesn't matter because I know what I'm here for, and it's not the game. It's for the streamer. Yay! Thank you. Honestly, while we meme at you to play KOTOR, I still don't think that KOTOR and KOTOR 2 are good stream games. They can be slow combat-wise. The story and choices are entertaining, but it's a slow game. While Fallen Order and KOTOR Remake are fast-paced games and can still be a spectacle to watch. Yeah, I like Fallen Order. I thought was great. Like I thought that the action-based combat made it very interesting. There was enough variety in the combat for it to be interesting as far as like, oh well, what should I do? What should I try out? Like that was a really fun game to play. That was a fun game to play on stream. I can't watch Breath of the Wild streams because I hate... Yeah, Breath of the Wild is one that gets boring. I'll be honest with you. I've watched streams of other people play this, and I don't find it that exciting. Animal Crossing. I like Animal Crossing, but I don't find it exciting to watch other people play. I don't find it interesting to watch other people play Animal Crossing. Stardew Valley. Stuff like that. It's not interesting to me. What interests me about those games is playing them myself and building my own town, my own city, and sort of the Animal Crossing. I love to get lost in the quaintness of. When I built my Animal Crossing New Horizons town, I built it especially because the pandemic is going on, but the shutdown was going on at the time that Animal Crossing came out. I built that town to be a place that I would want to go to. I built little walkways and stuff. Oh, excuse me. I built a lot of stuff where I felt like I could escape into. I don't get that sense of escape when I watch somebody else play Animal Crossing. It literally feels like watching people do chores. I might as well be watching somebody mow the lawn when I watch other people play Animal Crossing. It's just not interesting to me. Okami, you can bounce off of... See, but can I bounce off of chat with Okami? Considering that it's super long and I'm going to be super immersed into it. Obviously, it's a bit more action-oriented as gameplay, so that's going to help. But I'd be... And then again, if I'm not enjoying it, or even if I am enjoying it, it's a 50-hour game or something. It's something crazy. It's like a month and a half worth of streams. Never forget Kirk versus the Gorn. I think that's part of why Johnny has people like Linky and used to have Nathan and Nora and others in Discord calls while he plays. That way, if the game gets dry, there's still people to bounce off of. Yeah, and I like that idea. But I like the idea. This is a personal issue for me. This is really a personal issue for me. Especially with the silver lining, there's a reason I don't have guests. There's a reason I don't have other talking guests because I get wrapped up in the conversation. Obviously, you guys you got. Broman Clash. I don't know if I said so, but thank you so much for the follow. I can at times be a motor mouth. Surprise, right? Surprise. I can be a motor mouth, especially when you get me talking with other people. And the problem there is that if I want to be known for anything as a streamer, if I want to be recognizable for any one thing as a streamer, I want it to be that for as much as I possibly can, while still doing the streaming, I want to interact with chat. I don't like watching streams where it becomes apparent that they're not even looking at chat. I have been turned on to a few streamers that I have sat and watched, and I've watched one or two streams from them, and I realize without the game, they're not, like, literally chat could not be on. They might not even have chat on. The window might be completely closed and they have no idea what chat's saying. That's not entertaining for me. So that's not something I want to create. Whenever people ask about, I want to learn to stream, I want to start streaming, I want to start making YouTube videos, I want to start making content, what should I do? What do you think I should do as far as what kind of content? I tell everybody the same exact thing. Make the kind of content that you enjoy consuming, because it's the kind of content that you're going to be most familiar with, and it's probably going to be the kind of content that you most enjoy making. And enjoying what you're making is step one. That is the first step to enjoying content creation and turning it into something bigger, is enjoy what you're doing. Because if it's clear from day one you're not having any fun, no one's going to want to engage you. Why would you want to sit down and watch a streamer who is clearly not having a good time ever? No one wants to watch it. So make the content that you enjoy. If you like playing video games and long RPGs and Animal Crossing, go for it. If you like making tier lists and having just chatting conversations all day, go for it. If you like fishing or bowling or exercising or working out or any of those things that aren't typically usual for streams, if you like doing those things genuinely, do those as content creation, because your love of those things is going to shine through, and that's what people are going to latch onto. Unless you are making YouTube videos for encyclopedias, right? You're making walkthroughs, specifically walkthroughs. You're making tutorial videos. Unless you're doing something like that, what people want to see is you having a good time. That's what they want to see. They want to see you having a good time. And the best way to do that is to make content that of things that you like doing. If you like building Legos all day, do Lego streams all day. The people do Lego streams and they're entertaining. It's fun. They have good conversation while they're doing it. They get to build stuff. It's very interesting. From the beginning to the end, you get to see this thing be created. Art streams. 10, 15 years ago, if you would have said, hey, sit down and watch somebody draw on a piece of paper, you would have most people, I think, would have probably said, what? Really? Art streams are great now. Granted, the tech definitely helps, but art streams are great. Hold on, let me go back up here. You like how I said I want to be known for interacting with chat, and then I ignored you guys for 2 minutes? Okami is a long game. Also, they speak in gibberish. So while you can bounce off a chat, you will still need to read the game, which is another reason I usually stay away from RPGs. Okami can bounce off chat. I'd be all for Okami. Wait, no, you don't. The game doesn't have to be interesting. No, Ronan, the game itself doesn't have to be interesting, but I have to be interested in the game. And because if I'm interested in the game and in a fun way, I can make the experience more fun. If I'm sitting here going, all right, I don't feel like reading this. All right, I don't feel like reading this. All right, that's not entertaining. Plus, it's going to get super annoying. And I do this all the time. This is not entertaining. I can't listen to this. All right, I can't read this. And then 2 minutes later, chat, where the hell am I supposed to go?
Your ideas are intriguing to me, and I wish to subscribe to your newsletter.
Hi, Drew. Hi, Drew. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Yeah, I'm gonna get bored, and I'm gonna skip past a bunch of stuff, and then I'm gonna be super lost, and I'm gonna need you to tell me where to go. I mean, I know that never happens here. That's not something that typically happens here. But, Nintendo Online server is out. They have servers. Animal Crossing streams are good for podcasts, just chatting, but something going on in the background. That's probably what it's better for. Is you just talk over the game while you're doing stuff. See, my former comment is coming up with whatever I find funny. If I streamed AC, I would give Tom Nook a voice and change his dialogue entirely, which would be very entertaining. That would be very entertaining. I never minded the gibberish in Okami, but then again, I grew up watching Charlie Brown. I don't mind gibberish. The problem is if you're trying. I mean, gibberish probably helps. Like I think I'd be better off. You know what I'd be better off with? I'd be better off with no gibberish at all and just text, and then I can make up voices, which is always a challenge for me, man. I always end up making like the same 5 voices. What if you get big enough that chat is unreadable? I've had that thought before. What if I get big enough that chat is unreadable? If I ever got to a really, really big point, the first thing I would do, and I would hate to do this, I would absolutely hate to do this. The first thing I would have to do is put it into sub-only mode. I would absolutely hate doing that, but when it came time to sit down and have a conversation, we're doing the silver lining, we're doing the just chatting before we play a game, I would have to put it in sub-only mode. I would have no choice. The other option would be slow mode. Slow mode is great, but if you've got 1,000 people and they all type something at the same time, even with a minute between them being able to type, that's 1,000 chats in a minute. I would not be able to keep up. I wouldn't be able to keep up. I would have to put it in sub-only mode. Beyond that, I would have like the bigger you get, and that's the big thing that I know this is gonna sound stupid. Right, because being a big streamer is like the dream. When you start streaming, the dream is I'm gonna have thousands of viewers, thousands of concurrent subs. I'm gonna have, I'm gonna make my living off of this, right? I'm gonna quit my job and I'm gonna be a full-time streamer. Like that, for a lot of people anyway, I would say that that's the dream. The problem is, as somebody who loves the idea of interacting with chat, becoming a big-time streamer means I would have to ditch some of that. I would in some way I would have to remove some of that. Now, what I think would be a good idea, here's something that I like that some streamers do, that some content creators do. I wouldn't mind the idea of having different conversations in different places. Obviously we do the streams, right? The streams would be the bread and butter. I could probably have times where I say, hey, we're going to do a Discord only hour. And we're going to go to Discord. Maybe we're going to watch something. I'm just going to be in Discord. We do what are they called? AMAs? Ask Me Anythings. Maybe we'll have a YouTube video. And it will make more YouTube content. And then I can interact with the YouTube comment section for the first, what is it, like the premieres, when you do the premiere on YouTube, where you're watching it live? It's like premiering live, and you can watch it live with your chat, with the comment section. I would like stuff like that. Like, I like the idea of interacting with everybody. I've said it before. One of the reasons I like, one of the reasons I really like, like watch parties and stuff. One of the reasons I really like interacting with chat, one of the reasons I like hanging out with everybody, and that's, I sort of gave it away right there, is because when I talk to you guys, when I have a funny moment in a video game and I say, oh my God, guys, did you see that? When I say, I'm good at this game, and then I whiff it, and I when we win and we scream and when Bitey gets the win and stuff, I feel like I'm hanging out with everybody. I feel like I'm back in the old days. You get together with your friends and you all, there's 4 or 5 of you around and you're all playing Final Fantasy. Who gets into a group with their friends and plays a single player RPG? I used to. My friends and I used to do that. We would get together and play fighting games. We would get together and play adventure games, but we would also get together and all work together to play one RPG. We did it all the time. It was fun. And hanging out with all of you and having you in chat and interacting with you while we play a game, that's what it feels like to me. That's what it feels like. It feels, I'm trying not to get worked up here. It feels like I am sharing this entertaining part of my life with friends is really how it feels. Like there's really no other way to say it. I always sort of worry about using the F word because I always worry that there's that one person that's going to take it a little too far, but it really does feel like that. It feels like I'm sitting around hanging out with my friends, playing a video game and having a conversation. You should try Etrian Odyssey or some games like Yoshi's Island to do silly voices and stuff. Imagine reading Yoshi text with Shakespearean acting. Oh my God. That'd be fun to do. It's like hanging out. It's like hanging out at the lunch table. Yes, it reminds me of the lunch table in high school. You go down to high school. It was the highlight of your day because you went down to lunch. You got your food. You sat down with 6 to 8 other of your friends, and you had random conversations. There were multiple conversations going on. You'd be talking about this while your friends over here were talking about this. You pop back and forth, right? You hear something, and then you'd be talking about, oh yeah, I was playing that game the other day. It was fantastic. And then over here, you hear somebody say Squirtle, and you're like, whoa, we talking about Pokemon, right? It's fun. It's fun. It's an entertaining, and it was all. The good thing about lunchtime was that it was in the backdrop of food. It was in the backdrop of lunchtime. And that was entertaining. That was interesting because it was, there was this common thing that you were doing, right? I'm playing a game. You guys are watching a game. There's this common thing that we're doing, but we're also having our own fun. Let me go back up here. I think you should play Yakuza Zero because that game, while that's a dialogue heavy game, it's a way that the game and the streamer can be entertaining. Yakuza more and more, I'm like, I probably should play. I feel like I should play the Yakuza games just from I saw a couple of scenes from the game and I'm like, this is hysterical. Is this what the game's always like? And people are like, yeah, it's always like that. It's so funny. The thing where he's trying to teach the girl how to be a dominatrix, I watched that whole sequence and I'm like, this is hysterical. Is this what the whole game is like? If I had a suggestion for Community Day, would I link it to you? You can, Bobo, Discord, if you have me on, you can tag me on Twitter if you want to do that. That's totally fine. What's this, Omega? Hold on. Oh, wait, what? Is this what is this? Oh.
I have...
Oh, my God. Okay, I don't... Wait, why did it start right there?
No choice.
Oh, what? Oh, God. That's some good VA work right there. That was a weird sort of situation, Omega. The ad popped up, but it didn't play, and then all of a sudden it jumped to the video. Let me see here. And when it was Pizza Day. Oh, my God, Pizza Day. This stuff is what I've always liked about hanging out here. While some games need more attention than others, you always make a point to make us feel like we are here. From calling out names to even just saying, I'm coming. Sorry, guys. I'll read it. I try not to miss anything. I always feel really bad when I miss something. You're still here chatting even after I went away to watch another episode of Revelations. Mr. L, what episode are you on, Mr. L? Do you really mean it? Am I really your butt? Oh my God. That's from Cable Guy, isn't it? I heard that movie was unsettling. Food, that's an F word. It's a 4-letter F word. I hated eating in front of other people, so I always I pounded that food down like it was nothing. Yakuza built an amazing balance of super dark and serious underworld life and over the top goofy comedy. You know what I want to learn? I want to see the Friday night dance. That's what I want to see is the Friday. And every Friday on Twitter, somebody links it's that time, and then it's like the Friday night thing. It's like a little clip of it. I want to actually play whatever game that is. I don't know what Yakuza game that is. If you think Yakuza Zero is funny, Yakuza Like a Dragon is next level funny. Just finished episode 3. Okay, so Mr. L, I don't know how you're feeling about Masters of the Universe right now. The first 5 episodes are a bit tough to get through. Continue after them. The next 5 episodes after the first 5, I personally thought were fantastic. When you need to watch sub only, hold on. When you need to watch in sub only mode. See, I got this weird animal puzzle ad that pops up, and I have no idea what it's supposed to be. Oh wait, you just linked the same thing again. Is that this?
I have no choice.
Okay, that's just the same video again. Okay. Cable Guy is basically exactly what you said. He's unhinged and misunderstood. The guy he helps saying, thanks, buddy. Yeah, that's kind of creepy. Is that Yakuza Zero? That's Yakuza Zero. Oh, that was the context. Okay. All right, Omega. I ran to the lunchroom so I didn't lose time in the line, and I take more time at the table. Plus, I used to bring my dominoes. I used to bring dominoes to lunch, and then we would play dominoes all day. Personally, I'm finding it intriguing on a narrative level. It's interesting to me. It's Mr. L, were you a fan of the original Masters of the Universe? Let me ask you that. I think this is a big, important thing for Masters of the Universe Revelations. Were you a fan of the original Masters of the Universe? How'd you like the TMNT clip? Link it to me again. Oh, no. You're talking about the concert. I did see that. I saw that clip. That's hysterical. I thought that was so funny. Fun fact, I'm doing a race. Will Greg finish his Just Talking segment, or will I get into Final Fantasy 14? I'm going to be honest with you, Lilac. I'm enjoying just chatting right now. We're probably going to be doing this for a little while. This might actually be the whole stream today. I queued up at the start of the stream, queue of 7,500 people. I'm now at 4,312. My money's on 14. Okay. Actually, Lilac. No, wait. Lilac, what time is it where you are right now? What time is it? Because I think that's a big thing. My first experience with He-Man was the 2000s show. Shira is the only one I've seen all the way. I've seen bits and pieces of the old show. So you probably will like Revelations a lot more. Some of the problems with Revelations stem from Attila was kind of obnoxious no matter what. But some of the problems stem from odd characterizations, like mischaracterizations of the characters. But if you didn't watch the original show, you won't really have that as a frame of reference. So that'll probably help. So 850. My money's on you to win, Lilac, that you get into the game first, because at 850, you might have people that have been playing all day and they're going to start going to sleep. Maybe. You said if you ever become a big streamer and wanted to read chat, I would have. Okay. Yeah, I would have no choice. Yeah, I have. What is it? I have no choice. Yakuza Zero, karaoke, and disco are the best mini games in the whole series. First time I heard about He-Man was from a critic. You underestimate? No, Lilac, your powers I don't underestimate, but everybody else who has been playing all day, they might now have to go to bed and wake up early in the morning. That's why. So if like for instance, right now here it's 3:50 in the afternoon, you got kids that are getting onto their games. So this is where I would say no, because it's now you're going to have more people trying to get into the queue. I am meant to be up at 4 a.m. All right, give me a second. I got to run to the restroom, and then when I come back, we'll figure out if we're going to just keep chatting or if we're going to find something to do. Yeah. So stick around, and I will be right back. Let me see. Hello. Super fascinating. So if you have a free Final Fantasy 14 account, you can't log in if there's a waiting queue. That's like. So wait. What do you mean? Hold on. What's this? So this is why I couldn't log in for 5 hours. I saw that. I thought you were talking about something else. Okay, so I saw that with the little Pablo Escobar. That was hysterical. I was laughing at that. To be fair, the others are paying to be able to play. It's annoying, but the queues are bad. It's annoying, but the queues are bad too. I don't know if I can log in the mornings when the servers. I don't know if you can log in the morning when the servers are empty. And Lilac, that's probably what's what's probably happening? Because it's so difficult to get in, people are probably taking time off of work. They're logging in, and then they just never leave. You know what I mean? Like let's say you have to go somewhere for an hour. It's probably better for you to figure out something to do and not leave the game. Good thing I play American server. While being European during morning, I don't deal with huge queues. I get that, but it's still a little frustrating because that basically means if you have a free account, you can't really play the game at all until the rush dies down. I mean, you're excuse me. You're right, Dragoon. That is a little bit frustrating. It's at the same time, it is. You do kind of understand it though. Like you do acknowledge that you understand. There's the free players and then there's the paid players. as much as people don't want to admit it, the paid players should get preference when it comes to actually accessing the game. It's weird, but I mean, at this point, I think they're just struggling to figure out how to help this system right now. What little I've seen of the old He-Man didn't exactly have deep characterization, so I guess I'm willing to grant more artistic license. It's tough, Mr. I'll wait for you to finish it, and then I can go over my thoughts on that show. It's tough because I do acknowledge that some of the characterizations are a bit strange. Here, okay, so Mr. L, this is it. I'm gonna spin off onto the Masters of the Universe really quick here. This is what I mean when I say the weird characterizations. Teela, in the first episode of the Masters of the Universe Revelations, she becomes the new Man-at-Arms. And she finds out about He-Man, right? She finds out about He-Man and Adam. Even the King didn't know. Even Randor didn't know that Adam was He-Man. She gets all butthurt about it. Her feelings get hurt, right? I can't believe you didn't tell me. And she leaves. Teela was never the character to abandon her responsibilities. She was never the character to get all butthurt and literally be the one in charge of the safety of the kingdom and abandon her post. She abandoned her post. In any other situation, theoretically, realistically, you could have her arrested. She decided to be emotionally hurt by what happened, and she abandoned one of the most important military posts in the kingdom, and everybody was just okay with it. That is against her character to be such a reliable warrior and soldier and then get all butthurt emotionally and then leave. And then Man-at-Arms, Duncan, who was the Man-at-Arms right before her father, he stepped down from Man-at-Arms so that she could be the Man-at-Arms, and then he left. Why knowing that the position of Man-at-Arms has been abandoned, why would he then leave? Those are the kind of characterizations where it's like, why are we doing it? Later, Flip, have a good one, enjoy work, as best you can. Those are the kind of problems that I have with the show. Specifically with the first half of the season, the first part, is these things are out of character for some of these. Teela was loyal to the kingdom. She was loyal to Eternia. She was loyal to the king and queen. She was loyal to her father. So now she got her feelings hurt. She got her feelings hurt by something where her father should be much more upset about. And she literally abandoned her military post. And she thought that was okay, and everybody else thought that was okay, to the point where Duncan, he left too. Who was protecting the king and queen? Who was protecting the kingdom of Eternia? Who was protecting the king and the castle? Nobody. That's the sort of stuff that I have a problem with. Yeah, she leaves after chewing out Adam's parents who are in the middle of mourning. Imagine seeing your friend die and standing over his mourning parents and saying, "This is all about me. I'm upset. I'm leaving and abandoning my post." That's what I have a problem with. And then the rest of the first part is mostly about her. And it's just like, this is now the character I care the least about. If she decided to abandon her post, I don't give a crap what she does next. I hope she never comes back. And yet we have to watch 4 more episodes of her. And when I say the mischaracterizations, that's what I'm talking about, is stuff like that. Luckily, quick, tiny little spoiler, I will say that the second part is not nearly as much about her. It is much more about what's going on and not anywhere nearly as much about what Teela's little melodrama that she's having. Also, the whole I died. Yeah, and we had to live with it. How dare you? How How absurd. Oh, Duncan was banned. Oh, that's right. Duncan was banished because he knew. Because he knew and didn't say anything. That's right. My apologies. Yeah, Duncan did he did leave on his own. Or he was forced out. Let's do a little window shopping. I'd really rather not. How's Skeletor? Skeletor is okay. He's not as great as I would like him to be. The problem is that Mark Hamill is Skeletor's voice, and it is voice and character and little vocal behaviors are very much the Joker. There is not a good separation from there's not a good separation of Skeletor and Joker. It is Mark Hamill doing the same thing for both of them, and it's not good. The Skeletor from the CG He-Man was a better Skeletor. I thought he was more reminiscent of the original Skeletor with some silly jokes and stuff, which they did kind of help that in the second part, but the voice was just too much. It was too much the Joker. And if you watch the show, you'll really, especially in the second part, you'll really hear the Joker come through. And it wasn't good. I admit to not really having seen much of Tila. They don't, Mr. L, that's because they don't show, they don't focus on Tila a lot in the original show, but you see her enough to know what is important. You see her enough to know that she is loyal to Eternia. And she's not in this show. She gets, and I'm sorry for constantly saying it, she gets butthurt over something that a lot of other people have a right to be butthurt over at a time when something else much more important was going on, and she got whiny and left. And then the next 4 episodes are about her being whiny. RC, Masters of the Universe Revelations. It's the 2D animated He-Man show. Let me see here. Off-topic question: if Dark Knight Returns was made into a live-action movie, who do you think would make a good Bruce Wayne Batman? Like a new Batman? Who do I think makes a good in Dark Knight Returns? So this is like the I think I'm thinking of Legends of the Dark Knight. I don't know. That's tough. The only Batman I know that I would cast is Ben Affleck as Thomas Wayne, but I don't know who I would cast as a Dark Knight Returns Batman. Yeah, Man at Arms were forced out. I'm going through chat here. How could they waste Mark Hamill? Wait, hold on. On the worst adaptation of He-Man. I see it as some people just have trust issues and don't take secrets well, but it's a little bit much. It's a little bit much. I have trust issues. I don't take secrets very well, but if my job is to defend the land that I'm in, I'm going to be hurt while still doing my job. God knows I've been in some crappy situations at my job over the past, I've been working for, 25 years. Not at this one company, just in general. I've been working for 25, almost 30 years at jobs. And God knows that I've had some really horrible situations at jobs that I've come back to. I mean, I don't know if I ever told you guys this. And I don't get too far into details on this, just because it's kind of a lot of easy detail. But I don't know if I ever told you this. I've been robbed a couple of times in my life. I was robbed at. I worked at a video game store for a long time, and I was robbed, and we were like zip tied up and put in the back. Like I don't know if I ever told you guys that. They came in with guns, and they forced us into the back room, and they made us lay down, and they put zip ties on our hands, and we laid there for like an hour and a half until we heard the door open. They locked the door behind them. Like when they left, they locked the door behind them. We heard the door open up, boxes go down. We heard the door close and lock again, and we thought they're coming back to get more stuff. And 5 minutes later, the door opened again, and it was the cops. And the cops came, and they picked us up, and we did the whole thing. I was off of work for 2 weeks. I didn't want to go back there for 2 weeks. And even the boss was like, just take time, relax, say when you're ready to come back. 2 weeks later, I went to a different store. I worked at a different store for a little while because I told the boss straight up, I refuse to come back to this store until you put in certain security measures. So he put cameras in, he put these magnetic door locks. He did eventually do it, and I did eventually come back. I was robbed at gunpoint and tied up and put into the back office. And 2 weeks later, I went back to work. So the idea, and I'm sorry for bringing my personal situation into a discussion about a cartoon TV show, but the fact that you can go through that and still do your job, and here you have a situation where I'm supposed to be rooting for this character, but she got mad because somebody kept a secret from her, and she completely abandoned the security of a kingdom. Is like, okay, that's a wild overreaction. I expect a reaction, but not an overreaction. Yeah, and I don't really talk about it that much. I don't really get into it, but because it's not really a defining moment of my life. You know what I mean? It's not like a critical thing. It's something that happened, and it's unfortunate. But yeah, it's that, and like I said, I'm sorry to bring a real thing into this TV show, but it's harder for me to watch this TV show and think, oh, she's justified in being upset, but not abandoning her job that way. Hold on, let me go back up here. Hold on, I'm scrolling back up. So give me a second. How dare you sacrifice yourself to save everyone? What about me? I love Mark Hamill, but a lot of his villain voices tend to be the Joker. To finish my Final Fantasy 14 thought, basically, if you have a free account, the game says you can't log in with a free account if there are any queues at all. And while obviously not a jerk enough to be upset that people who are paying get to play what they paid for, I'd be lying if I said it didn't make me feel less drive to even bother coming back, at least for a while. That I'll agree with. I'll agree with that 100%. Which, ironically, Dragoon, you not coming back with your free account and everybody with a free account not coming back kind of helps the situation, because now the people who paid aren't fighting for space. I understand missing the more shrill skeleton voice, but it's Mark Hamill, so I can't not and Mr. L, the problem is not that it's Mark Hamill. The problem is that voice sounds like another character. It's not that when I hear Skeletor talking, I picture Mark Hamill. It's when I hear Skeletor talking, I picture Joker. That's my problem. Hey, Rye. Mark Hamill always sounded like the Joker or Luke Skywalker. They brought back Skeletor's VA for the 2D one, not the CG one. He just voices a random character in that one. Yeah. Who does he voice in that? It's not Swamp Man, is it? Is it Swamp Man that Alan Oppenheimer voices? You can order dark meat chicken? Yeah, I think so. By the way, this is a new dungeon gear in 14. Does it look familiar at all? Does it look familiar at all? It kind of does, but it all kind of looks the same also. What is this from? I mean, it looks kind of... It's very colorful. What is that from? Why am I thinking Zelda? What am I thinking of there? Hold on. I'm trying to catch up. Hold on. I guess you're adapting such basic source material. I'm more flexible on the artistic license. I'm gonna jump past all of that. I forgot that this anecdote was actually a cartoon. It's a wild overreaction. It doesn't help that it was very out of character for her in particular. And again, if you're not familiar with her as a character, you don't know that it's out of character. But even not being familiar with the original Teela, it's still an overreaction of any character. Any character behave. If Man at Arms didn't know that Adam was He-Man, and he was still Man-at-Arms, and then found out and said, "Oh, well, I'm not going to be Man-at-Arms anymore." You would think, wow, being a baby much? I can understand being upset, Stormy. Yeah, exactly, Lilac. I understand Tila saying, this is outrageous, and leaving, and then coming back later and saying, I've still got a job to do. You know, I'm the Man-at-Arms. I still have to do it, but I don't have to like it. Like, you could say something like that and be miserable all you want. But do the job. Moss Man. I'm sorry, it was Moss Man, not Swamp Man. In the proposed sequel to the original He-Man, the main character was supposed to be Adam and Tila's son. I played about 100 hours straight to 14, so now taking a break for a bit. Definitely won't come back until this Q situation gets better. Yeah, it was Moss Man. Sorry. It's like listening to Scrooge McDuck in the DuckTales reboot and again, he was different enough from the Doctor, but yeah, there was kind of like, is that the Doctor? I've been recommended a lot of weird stuff on YouTube, and one of them is Skeletor saying what? It's such a funny clip. I'm used to it with different anime dubs, I guess, hearing some similar voices in different shows. Q should die down soon, but there will be a bump up again. The Raid comes out in 2 weeks, and then Savage comes out in 4 weeks. Oh, the gear is all Final Fantasy IV outfits. Hold on, can you link it again? As we all know, Rydia is the only memorable character in Final Fantasy IV. In my case, it's likely my perception of the original show's characterizations would be far looser. The rest of the outfits are on characters closer to the Final Fantasy IV character designs. Last I remember, Rydia wasn't a 6 foot tall lizard man. Well, I mean, you don't know. You don't know. All right, so let me see here. So Rydia, of course, right there. So on the far, okay, so Cecil's in the middle, Kane's on the side. I guess that's supposed to be Rosa over there. Okay, I kind of see it. I think that's Edge right there. Okay, I think I kind of, okay, I kind of see it now. All right. Yeah, I would not have recognized them at first. Mind you, Golbez is on the far right. Mind you, my experience with Final Fantasy IV primarily is little sprites this big. Yeah, Tennant used a totally different voice, a different accent for the Doctor. I think the problem there is that I know Mr. L. I think the problem is just that I don't hear the Doctor, but I hear David Tennant, and I think it's just that's definitely an issue of I know. And I can't not know. Like, I can't not hear it. Rosa's very tiny behind it. Okay, so that's what I was looking at the right one. I guess it just feels kind of ironic after all the, have you tried the award-winning Final Fantasy game? And then be like, unless the game is empty, we don't want... Yeah, I love the idea of like, okay, everybody, Final Fantasy... There is no award-winning Final Fantasy 14. You don't get it for free. You don't get Heaven's Word. I will not run you through dungeons. Everybody's trying to undo the meme of the last year. They're like, no Final Fantasy. Skeletor making fun of people with, okay, I don't know if is that even, okay. Oh, because he's, God, that's so loud too. That was so loud. No, did you watch the clip of Skeletor having a good day? The first time I saw, did you guys ever see that clip? It's Skeletor having a good day. The first time I saw that clip, it was somebody labeled it as when the edibles hit, or when you think that the edibles aren't working, and then 10 minutes later. When I'm familiar with the voice actor, they always sound like the character I know the most for. Absolutely. Blame WoW migrants. Build the fire. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong there. A lot of those are. You know what, Mr. L? Maybe if World of Warcraft was a better game, Final Fantasy 14 wouldn't be having so many problems right now. From the New Adventures of He-Man. Oh, that's a show I never watched. I never watched the New Adventures of He-Man. No, it was from the original. To be fair, we did start saying, forget you heard about the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy 14 about a month back, as we knew the queue would be terrible. They are always this bad on expansion. Stormblood was worse. The instance servers burnt down, so we couldn't even do dungeons or progress MSQ. Oh my god. Fans said it, but Square didn't want anything. Was it this video? Hold on. Let me see here. Yeah, this is it. This is so fun. Did you guys hold on. This is like a newer one, isn't it? Is this a newer one? No, okay. I don't remember him holding that little box at the beginning. Is this what it is? Hold on. I want to see if this is it. We might have to watch this video because this is so funny. Yeah, hold on. I think we're gonna watch this video. Hang on. I gotta switch my inputs here. I really need a triple monitor setup. All right. It cracks me up. Here we go. Okay. Put that there. Hang on. Mainstream. There we go. Turn it up a little. So the when I first saw this, it was a Skeletor when the edibles hit is the first time I saw this. He's high on his mind. Look how random he is. He's so random.
I can't remember when I've had a more pleasant day.
This is so stupid. Oh man, it's so dumb. But yeah, the first time I saw it was like when the edibles hit, and I'm like, oh my god, that's hysterical. Yeah, he was having a pleasant day, and they don't know what to say, right? They're all kind of just frozen there. I'm so out of it today. I'm just big chillin'. Hey, nothing wrong with big chillin', Rye. Big chillin' is the way to go. I can't not hear SpongeBob when I hear Tom Kenny, even in his more serious roles like the Ice King from Adventure Time. Oh, you know what I started watching? I started watching Amphibia. Did you guys watch this? Amphibia? I finally started watching that. It's not bad. So far it's okay. It's it's structured like a Steven Universe kind of show where each episode is two different stories. But I started watching it. It's pretty decent. Oh, you like it? Oh, I'm gonna make pizza today. It sounds good. Yeah, I enjoy it. Amphibia is my favorite isekai. You know what I like about it? I like the fact that something that I really like about the show is we went right into the world. It wasn't like we didn't start in the normal world and then she goes through the portal and she ends up in this world. We started with her in the world and we had to backtrack, explore what happened that got her into the world. Like it was really quick. It was, it wasn't like, I'm not like halfway through the whole show and then they finally went into it. So it was only like a couple of episodes, but I did like that. I like the fact that they started out with her in the world and then they slowly are touching on the world she came from. And because now we need to know, so in the world she came from, there was a box that she got sucked into. That's the simple way to say it. There's more going on. But now it needs to be answered. How did that box get there? What was that box? How is that box going to be relevant to the rest of the story? Because it doesn't look like she has it now, or I think she does have it. No, she does not have it now. She does have it now? No, she does. She has it now, but it doesn't do anything. So like it's interesting that we jumped right into the world. And then we're going to explore the past in the future. So I do like that. Amphibia is fantastic. I hear the voice actress for Anne and all I hear is London Tipton. I don't know who that is. I don't know who the voice, the VA is for that. What's this? Start this at 10:48. That's like a weird ad. I haven't watched all of season 2 or any season 3, but I can't recommend it. Yeah, so far I'm enjoying it. Ooh, what toppings? Nice and plain. Oh, that's who it is. Oh, a Skeletor stands up, sits down, stands up, and then laughs. Oh wait, hold on. So wait, what's this? Watch this at 10:48. Hang on. Oh my god, that's creepy. Dude, that is freaking creepy. What is this? Oh wait, what? Oh.
I like that. It's almost enough to make even me smile. I think I will smile. Did I tell you to smile? You don't.
What is this? Hold on. You gotta see. What am I looking at here? This is the New Adventures of He-Man. This is horrifying. Hold on. Oh my god, you guys have to see this. This is horrifying.
To defend themselves. I like that. It's almost enough to make even me smile. I think I will smile. Did I tell you to smile? You don't breathe unless I tell you to. In fact, stop breathing. Has a nice beat, don't you think? Just to show you what
that's horrifying. That character design is he doesn't look like a cursed skeleton. He looks like an emaciated person. Like he just hasn't eaten in weeks. Oh, when it's He-Man into the He-verse. I love it. The VA played London Tipton from Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. Oh, okay. He looks like a Zelda CDI boss. Yeah, that was horrifying. Oh my god, that character is disturbing looking. What's the Skeletor system? It's these ads are like, okay. Why is that a ad? What? Oh, that's just the sit down, the stand up, sit down part. Okay. Oh, okay, that's funny. Yeah, it's just him. That's funny. Which boss? Oh, that's horrible. Lilac, that's horrible. Lilac, oh god. Oh, cause I'm a junior. This was more sci-fi take on He-Man. It wasn't very good, but at least it wasn't as mean-spirited as Revelations. The He-Man crossover already happened with DC's Injustice, I believe, and it was a thing. YouTube ad tech, click next video and then go back to the page. If you just go with it paused, it takes it after a few seconds. It just skips the ad. Kind of like TMNT, they could make a great beat 'em up out of He-Man. Oh my god, He-Man! He-Man. You know what? Apparently there was one in the works. I think for Atari, or NES, like a He-Man fighting game. Was there a He-Man fighting game? He-Man, because I think He-Man would make a great fighting game property. Fighting game. Masters of the Universe are what? Oh, it looks like somebody's done mock-ups of it. It looks cool. I guess people have done mock-ups of it, but not really the same. Not the exact same thing. I love Skeletor memes. Somewhere a tree is growing the wood that will be used for your coffin. Oh my god. Haha, I'm going to be cremated. Yeah, nothing official that I know. Fighting game, no. Beat 'em up, yes. Okay, there was a beat 'em up. Okay. But yeah, I think He-Man would make a great what's it called? A great fighting game, right? You got a lot of interesting characters. A lot of universe. You got He-Man and She-Ra characters. Very cool. You got different versions of them, different versions of He-Man and She-Ra. I think that would be awesome. Laugh this one off then. Wait, what? Uh-oh. Your lips are made of the same skin type and texture as your anus. Skeletor will return next week with more disturbing facts. I'm okay with that one. As long as things go in one and out the other, I'm okay with that one. I mean, I feel like it's too late to get into any kind of a game. I left out the Greg's personal story to go use the toilet with Topico. Oh, I don't even know where we are on anymore. So Lilac, what you're saying is when you kiss people on the mouth, it's like eating ass. Is that what you're saying? Right? That's what that sounds like to me. Given what comes out of some people's mouths, I can believe it. Tetris time. Yeah, I think it's probably gonna be Tetris time. I gotta grab the Switch though. The Switch is over there. Oh no, wait. Somebody said that the Switch servers were down. Were the Switch servers still down? Oh, you know what I have to do? Hold on, I know exactly what I have to do. Before I forget. It's like kissing ass. Before I forget, I have to set up. Oh wait, what? Are we still live? Okay, there we go. My preview buffered a little bit. I have to set up the download for I think they're live now. The new PlayStation Plus games, Final Fantasy X and X2 is one of the games. Actually, here I'll switch it over to that. Didn't Tetris 99 do a Mario Party? This weekend. This weekend is the Mario Party Superstars theme. What's new? What's new, pussycat? Oh, I'm gonna get DMCA'd. Come on, go! Click the thing. Wait, what? Am I looking? What's happening here? Featured on PlayStation. Go over to the featured on PlayStation thing. Why is it not going to the featured on? I want to go to that right there. Featured on PlayStation. Fine. Okay, hold on. PlayStation Store. I thought they were part of PS Now. I don't know. I think they're the free games. Hold on. Wait. If you need a game, I recommend Solar Ash. It's like Journey meets Shadow of the Colossus. Haven't played either one of those. I need to get a new power supply for my Switch. All right, so where am I? PlayStation Plus, right? Free games? Monthly games? Oh, they're not live yet. I guess they're not live yet. Okay, no? PS Now? No. Well, wait, that's what I have. Is it PS Now? Oh, is that what it is? Oh, it's added to PS Now. Well, wait, isn't that what I have? Isn't this what I have? I pay the $60. December monthly games. Oh, okay, so that's the PS Now games. Oh, that's right. It's still the stupid Godfall thing. Oh, no, that's the streaming service. Okay, I don't have it. Never mind. I don't want to pay for that. Unless I can stream PS1 games. Oh, damn it. Now I'm sad. Yeah, it's PS Now. Oh, that's a bummer. Now I'm depressed. Well, not really, but... That's right, because it's the DC Supervillains Mortal Shell and the Godfall demo. I'm just happy He-Man ain't as big as Star Wars and we aren't going through a bitter internet war over the divisive piece of media. Mr. L, you are clearly not following what was going on with Revelations. It was not as big as Star Wars, but yeah, there were a lot of people complaining about Revelations. That's what's frustrating. PS Now is a separate $60 service. You can stream to stream some classic games, even if you own them already on older systems. Look, Strive. Look at you. Yeah, I feel like I'd probably just play some Tetris, or I do have this. I did buy this. It's $5. I did buy this. And PS Now doesn't come with online. Yeah. Zidane is okay, but he has some really low moments. Dude's a groper. I know, but when it's when it's Star Wars scale, yeah, it goes way bigger. It goes way bigger when it's the scale of Star Wars. Let's play that. Look at you. You know what's funny? I downloaded this and I sat and I beat Symphony. I had to. Your take on Arcane. Okay, your take on Arcane. I've been trying to understand why people think it's a masterpiece when it's generic. Then Jet, you're not going to like this. I think it's awesome. I think that it is a great show. I think that it does a decent amount of world building. I think that the character designs are phenomenal. I love the character, which obviously owes to League of Legends. I think I am one of those people that think Arcane is incredible. Really, really good. Yeah. So I don't think it's generic. I don't. I think that it's just interesting. Even put it this way, even the parts that you might think are generic, I think are good examples of that. I think are really good examples of it. Go for a Castlevania is always a good time. So it turns out there's 2 games I need to get for PS4 now. I think Arcane is pretty by the numbers. Its story and characters are bland, and only thing going for it is... And yeah, I do think the animation is amazing. See, yeah, I think that the story is really good. I think that it's really cool. Some of the characters are kind of standard. Like, I guess some of the characters you might think are very basic. But I think that they work well in the setting. I think that the story is great. And yeah, the animation is what made me want to watch it. When I saw the ads for it, the animation is what made me want to actually watch the show. Hey, DB, what's going on? What's up, Greggy with the good hair? Now I have another reason. Was this? Hold on. What's this picture? Now I have another reason not to go. I don't know what that's for. Let me see here. I never understood why Sony didn't just have the option of PS Plus with modern stuff and online, or PS Now with older stuff and online. They cost the same. So, I see. That's actually pretty good. Dragoon, maybe that's going to be sort of what Spartacus is. Sort of. Clagger and Milo die with no reason for us to care. I love the best part about League isn't the game, it's everything else. Yeah, it's crazy that this all started from the League of Legends game, and the League of Legends game is the one thing that people don't want to interact with. Like, I don't want to play the game, but I want to watch the show, and I want to play the new fighting game that's coming out. What is it? What the heck is it called? Project L, I think is what it's being called right now. I don't know if that's going to be the final name. Looking forward to Sting's arcane song. Mr. L, absolutely not. Sting was just not a singer that I really latched onto. I mean, it's great that he's going to be there. It's really cool, but that didn't really. And that's another thing with Arcane. The intro is Imagine Dragons, who I am not like. I like the one song, Radioactive, and then everything sounds like Radioactive to me. Have I played I've never played Project M. Oh my god. I never played Project M. I was never a crazy Smash player. I was never like somebody super hardcore into Smash Brothers. Sorry. I hope Spartacus is good, but I have doubts. Even after everything, he keeps his humanity and forgiveness. Oh, Silco, you mean? To some of the most evil. He watches home get destroyed, all existence destroyed, and the girl he loves be tortured and destroyed emotionally is still found it in himself to save and forgive. You talking about Silco? Is that what you're talking about from the show? When the LoL fighting game comes out, it's just going to be called L. Yeah, no more project. It'll just be L. Oh, you're about Zidane. Zidane. Okay, I'm sitting there like, Silco? Did Silco do that? I don't think so. The topsiders end up more interesting than the people down below in Arcane. So, also, Milo was right. Powder is a jinx. Yeah, she was kind of like, boy, you just kind of keep messing stuff up. But she was great. I thought that was a good version of her. I thought that she was actually really interesting. She dipped a little into the Harley Quinn sort of area, but I still think it worked. I thought that it was great. I liked I did like the villain guy. I guess that was Silco, the villain gangster guy. You know what sucked, man, and I'm sorry if I'm going to spoil this. It sucked that they were about to win. It sucks. The ending of that was so sad. It was so heartbreaking that they were about to win and it all gets blown to crap. Oh, it was so heartbreaking, man. Rye, thoughtful question time. Go for it. I felt so let down by Sony this last gen. After starting on a new high with PS4, it just feels like they became someone I didn't enjoy as much. So I noticed things I used to just be like, that probably makes sense. I'll wait to see if they can make a decent single-player game out of that franchise. Isn't the RPG supposed to be good? I don't know if it is or not, but I thought that the RPG... They're making a single-player RPG, I believe.
What?
They are, Skeletor. They are. Out of all the video games you played, I guess, who is the best protagonist I've enjoyed the most? The one that's 10 of 10, made the game a memorable experience, love them to death, never get tired of seeing them because they are in it. Video game protagonist that I thought was the best, that I just love having them in the game. That I'm trying to go. I mean, I've played so many video games and seen so many main characters. I don't latch on to characters like that. There are times where I'm like, wow, what a great character that was. What an interesting level of development. I don't know that I don't know that I have latched. I will admit with Latimer, I will agree with Latimer that I don't know that I've ever latched onto a character that much. Terra from Final Fantasy VI is good. Cecil from Final Fantasy IV I thought was really good. I thought it was very interesting that he was loyal to his king and his kingdom to a fault, and he did what he did, and then spent the rest of the game basically atoning for it. I did think that was really good. I mean, obviously the problem there is that with that kind of game like that, you're getting limited character development. A main character who let me look here. Celeste is another good one. I thought Celeste was really good. I'm looking over at some of my games here. I mean, Villager from Animal Crossing, right? Samus, when Samus is done relatively well, I think that she's good. I think the problem with Samus, though, is that she doesn't get a ton of character development within the games. I don't know. I don't know that I have one. Celeste, Madeline from Celeste. What's a game? Let me try and restructure the question here, because now I'm looking at my other games. What is a game that would come out and I would say, awesome, I can't wait to see what happens next with that character? People would likely say Isabel. I mean, but Isabel's not really a main character. I don't know that I have an answer. I don't know. Yeah. What about Shepard? Shepard's good. Shepard's a good choice. It helps that they give you a lot of options for Shepard to be a certain way. So that definitely does help. My answers above. Hold on. One of the things I love about 9 and Zidane, after all the suffering, all the destruction and pain he witnessed, he had a moment of doubt, but still pushed forward. Was still able to keep smiling and bring a sense of levity when needed. And in the end, after all that, he's still able to save and forgive the guy that caused it. And how instead of focusing on the evil through and through, he realized how easy he could have felt that way if he never met the Tantalus trap. I have to play that game again. I really have to play through that game again. I was like seeing Cloud change after the Mako swim in Final Fantasy VII. We get to see a new side of him. Chrono, no, not Chrono. I would not say Chrono. What did Ronan say? Ichiban from Yakuza Like a Dragon. HK47 from KOTOR. Yeah, I don't know that I have an answer. I don't know that there's ever been a game where I'm like, oh, now I want to learn. I want to see what's next for this character I'm in. No. Okay. I think I have one. Okay. Every character in Odin Sphere. I think I don't know that this is my favorite character ever, but the journey that this character goes through, I actually do think is kind of incredible when you play the game properly, when you play the game to get the true ending. No, because now I'm thinking of another one. Okay, so the one that I'm thinking of is Lenneth from Valkyrie Profile. If for anybody that has played Valkyrie Profile all the way through and gotten the true ending, the stuff that character goes through is remarkable. The realizations that she comes through, the journey that happens to her mentally and physically are incredible. And when you make it through to the end, I am so on board with who and how she is and who she becomes at the end of the game. That to me was a fantastic character. Another character, and I think the problem here is that there were a couple of characters that go through great situations. Ramza, I was gonna say, okay, so Dragoon, I was gonna say Ramza, but my problem with Final Fantasy Tactics is that I felt like Delita was the more interesting character. I think that Delita went through more interesting changes and had a more fascinating outcome. Very Shakespearean with his outcome. But I thought that Delita, and the problem I didn't say it was because I was going to say Ramza, but Delita's not the main character, and I thought Delita had a better story. I thought that Delita's story was way more interesting than Ramza. Ramza went through some stuff in that game. Ramza went through, for anybody that either was here before or has played it, Ramza went through some crap in that game. But Delita's journey started at a more interesting place and ended in a more interesting place, in my opinion. That game was wildly Shakespearean. You should play Tactics. Yes, you should. You 1000% RC, you should play Tactics. But I didn't say it because I thought Delita's was a more interesting story. Not to spoil anything, Delita is a commoner who spent his life with the nobles, but was never looked at as a noble. He was always looked down as a commoner. He decided to change his fate. He did so by manipulating literally 4 or 5 different sides of a war, and he did everything to his own advantage. Even though, and he had everybody convinced that he was on their side, and he was never on anybody's side but his own. And then in the end, he ended up getting the ultimate punishment for it. It was an unbelievable story. Unbelievable story. I don't think one being more interesting should mean that the others aren't interesting. But Dragon, the question was the main character. This is why I didn't choose it, is because Delita is not the main character of the game. That's the only reason I didn't choose it. Another character that I thought went through kind of a lot of changes, and I feel like RPGs and strategy RPGs have an advantage in this, because I'm big on character development. Actually, here, hold on. I'm big on character development, and RPGs, obviously, you're going to have more time to develop a character. Ash from Vandal Hearts. Ash went through a lot in that game, and some of the realizations that Ash had to go through in that game were great. The Ash dealt with I think we played that game. We played Valkyrie Profile, Vandal Hearts on stream. Ash had to deal with the realization that the world around him and the people around him were nothing like he thought they were going to be. They were nothing like he thought they were going to be. And in the end, his lines were so blurred as to who was right and who was wrong. And it comes down to the last, I'm going to gush about Vandal Hearts here for a second. It comes down to the last battle. During the last battle, you get the realization, you get the last bit of story about who Dolph was in the game. And I think it was Dolph. Yeah. You get the last realization about who he is. And even at that point, you, the player, are like, wow, I am blown away. And Ash, the main character in the game, has to deal with these revelations too. He has to deal with this stuff too. And I think that his journey throughout that game was great. And Ash is a game, and it helps that Vandal Hearts I loved so much. Ash is a character that if you told me that there was another Vandal Hearts with Ash and it was the continuation of that story in particular, because Vandal Hearts 2 actually sucked, I would say, yes, I'm all in. I want to see what was next for this character. I want to see how his life, how his perception of the world around him changed after the events of that game. Yeah, Vandal Hearts 2 was garbage. Oh my god, it was so bad. I love Donkey Kong for the character. He's lazy, has to play video games, so I relate to him more than Mario. Yeah, Mario had a good job, right? I can't relate to that. Mario was a skilled tradesman. He was a plumber. To be fair, Ramza is a main character and does go through great changes. To be fair, the question isn't say he had to go through the most significant changes. Just great changes. No, but the question. What was the actual question? The question was a character. Hold on, let me find the actual structure of the question here. Yeah, out of all the video games I've played, who is the best protagonist I've enjoyed the most? The one that's 10 out of 10, made the game a memorable experience. You love them to death. You'll never see them get tired of it. Tired of the game because they're in it. And that's the what that means is you're a great protagonist, which for me, I that's a personal thing where I'm tying that to what the character went through. That is what makes a character interesting to me. Yeah. That's why I'm using that as criteria, because that's what makes a character interesting to me. Yeah, technically, what? I've never heard that word. Deuteragonist? What? Is that that's a word? I've never seen that word before. Copy. Paste. The person second in importance to the protagonist. Yeah, okay, so that's actually, yeah, that's 100% accurate. Ichiban from Yakuza Like a Dragon. Yeah, secondary protagonist. Yeah, so that's definitely the leader. 100% that's the leader. Yeah, I thought his story was more interesting. I thought his story was way more interesting. God, Vandal Hearts 2 was so trash, man. A lot of franchises have ruined the name Ash for me. In a way, Vandal Hearts, in terms of story, is a light version of Final Fantasy Tactics. What I always said about Vandal Hearts was Vandal Hearts. If you like strategy RPGs, Vandal Hearts is 100% proof that you can make a memorable game with an incredible story, interesting characters, a great combat system, a good graphics system, and have that all be in a package that takes 20 to 30 hours to finish. Especially in this day and age where RPGs have to be 50 hours long or everybody thinks they're not getting their money's worth. Vandal Hearts, having some idea of what you're doing in a strategy RPG, you can probably beat Vandal Hearts in like a moderate pace, a week and a half. Moderate pace, a week and a half. And you will still get an amazing story with amazing twists and turns. Great revelations about what some of the characters are dealing with and going through right up until the end. Right up until literally the last battle. And you find out one more giant truth bomb, which I don't even know. I mean, we played it on stream. I don't even know if I want to say it. But you get such a fantastic revelation in the last battle. And I remember playing the game thinking, what? Crisis Core. I've played Crisis Core, but only once. I played it once when it was out on PSP, and I've never played through it again. It does great character development for a character that had not much importance in Final Fantasy VII. Zack, and made him a character you love. Yeah, I played it only once, so that's something I wouldn't mind. If Crisis Core comes to the Switch, I wouldn't mind playing that again. Or Spartacus. Crisis Core might actually come to Spartacus. Vandal Hearts is absolutely fantastic, but I just mean in terms of the depth of intrigue, it doesn't go as no. Yeah, no way. No way. Vandal Hearts doesn't go anywhere near as in depth as Tactics. Tactics is like Game of Thrones before Game of Thrones. Tactics is as involved as something like Game of Thrones is, which is why I love Tactics so much. It's so involved. Vandal Hearts does have the most ridiculously broken character. Oh, that's DB, you're talking about Vandalier class. Yeah, you're talking Vandalier. I've said that before. Vandalier class in Vandal Hearts is the most broken class I've ever seen in a video game. Fortunately, it's not easy to get. You have to be doing the stuff you have to do for Vandalier class has to be done starting, I believe, somewhere in Chapter 1. It might actually be in Chapter 2. But you have to start early for Vandalier class. Tactics Advance is very involved, but a little depressing. Tactics Advance is good. Tactics Advance is nowhere near as involved as regular Tactics. It definitely is not. Crisis Core ain't ever getting re-released. Latimer. Crisis Core may probably never get any sort of a remaster or something, or a remake. But that Spartacus service that they're talking about for PlayStation is supposed to also have PSP games on it. So while it might not get a remake or a remaster, it's entirely possible that comes to PSP, to the PSP side of Spartacus. So it is possible. I don't think it gets a full-blown remake like Final Fantasy VII. No, absolutely not. I think at the best you're going to get an enhanced port. But it could come to Spartacus. I'm Spartacus. Can I say I love how shows are now trying to be like, this is the next Game of Thrones. Did everyone else forget Game of Thrones? And Dragoon, that's why they're all trying to be the next Game of Thrones, because they want to prove that they can end better. I honestly don't care if you play Yakuza 0 through 6. Just play Yakuza Like a Dragon. It's next level. That's the one that's like a RPG, right? Isn't that the one that's supposed to be like a Dragon Quest kind of game? There's also Ever Crisis, the compilation of Final Fantasy VII Mobile Reimagining, which would include Crisis Core. Yeah, where the hell is Ever Crisis, man? Remember when we were all pissed off about that and then it vanished? Crisis Core uses likeness and music from a dickhead Japanese musician. I mean, that's probably going to be an issue too. Yeah, that's definitely going to be an issue. It's important to remember that while it was on top for a long time, it fell from that too much faster. I think that was a development problem. Like if Game of Thrones kept up the quality that it held through season 4, if it kept that quality up for the rest of the show, Game of Thrones could have gone down as one of the greatest TV shows ever. Yeah, it had its impact. I can't say I loved it. I loved Game of Thrones. I was all in for Game of Thrones. I like seeing as I can't do the subtitles in Yakuza 0. I like that. Seeing as I can't do the subtitles in Yakuza 0 through 6. Yeah, what the hell ever happened to Ever Crisis? Are we ever getting that? Is that coming out? Where the hell was that? I like the way that game looked. If Game of Thrones still had a book to mooch off of, it might have ended okay. There's always a show like that once per decade. Game of Thrones, Breaking Bad, Sopranos. You know what else was good? Walking Dead. Before Walking Dead turned to crap, I thought Walking Dead was incredible. Having Walking Dead and Game of Thrones at the same time was one of the greatest times for television for me. I thought that they were unbelievable. And Game of Thrones, did what it did. And Walking Dead just sort of started turning to crap. The author was involved, so it was more of an issue of the showrunners just rushing the ending. All right, give me a second. I'm gonna take another break. Ever Crisis is being made. The focus is on First Soldier. Walking Dead was great till they had the Tekken character be in the show. I'll be honest with you, Latimer. Yeah, you're not for me. Okay, so Negan. When Negan showed up, I thought he was fine and interesting. He annoyed the hell out of me. Whenever Negan was on the screen, I was just like, "Oh my god, okay, we get it. You're preachy and you're wordy and you're violent all at the same time. We get it." When I fell off the show was the time skip. When they wrapped up all of the stuff with what the hell were they called? The Saints. What were the Negan group called? When all of that stuff ended, when the people showed up with all of the information and they did the time skip, when they came back, the Saviors, sorry. When they came back after the time skip, yeah, Sanctuary was the name of the place. The Saviors was the name of the group. When they started the show after the time skip, I'm going to tell you what pissed me off more than anything. And this actually made the show frustrating to the point where this is slowly what made me stop watching the show. Oh, you're in Final Fantasy 14. If I would have ended the stream 5 minutes earlier, I would have won. Sorry, it's a spoiler for Walking Dead, but this is from a few years ago. They didn't kill him. And then Rick kept fighting to protect Negan, and Maggie wanted to kill him. That whole between the hilltop and the all that rivalry pissed me off. I was like, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like you didn't execute the Saviors. You didn't kill them for all of the horrible things they did. Hey, Super Weird Plush, I can accept that. Not all of them were that bad. Some of them were only bad because they thought they had to be. Maybe they get a chance to redeem themselves. Okay. Negan was the leader of them. He is the one that should have paid for their sins. He should have died. He should have died. And the fact that you had the main character, Rick, who we're supposed to love, protecting him, that was the final straw for me. And I tried watching that season, and every time the subject came up, every time Negan was on the screen, I could not care less about what was happening in that show. I was more interested to see the development of it was Sanctuary, Hilltop, and the Kingdom. I was more interested to see the development of the Hilltop and Kingdom than I was to see the whole Negan melodrama, and I didn't care. Negan honestly didn't have an excuse to live, but I don't like anyone else but Negan. Which obviously means that the show is just that it's just at that point you just don't want to watch the show anymore. Which is totally fine. All right, give me a second. I'm gonna run to the restroom again. Cause I've been drinking water the whole time, like you're supposed to. Everybody drink your water. And then when we come back, I don't know. We'll probably just keep talking. Here, we'll play Rondo. Why don't we play Rondo for the last hour when we come back? So give me a second, and we will be right back. Okay. Daryl was interesting in the early, you know what? Let's be honest here. Daryl was interesting in the early seasons. Maybe the producers saw the characters too. Oh, Negan? Yeah, I mean, that's what it's going to be, is that the character was too marketable. They didn't want to kill him. All the good characters except for King Ezekiel are dead. I mean, I didn't like what they did with Maggie's character. I wasn't really a fan of that. I thought, and I think that's just because I thought that there was a better direction they could have gone with her. I'm a fan. There's a character type that I'm a big fan of that I don't know I've ever seen. As funny as this sounds, I say that I'm a fan of this kind of character, and I'm not sure I've ever seen this. Let me describe a character to you. We're probably not even going to get to Rondo because I'm going to just keep talking the whole time. I'm going to describe a character to you, and I want you to tell me if there's ever been a character like this. So this is what I was hoping. Oh, you're Final Fantasy 14 Endwalker. Oh my God, those collectors. Yeah, God, that figure is so cool, man. That thing is so incredibly cool. And I don't even play the damn game, and that's incredibly cool. So, this is something that I thought you could have done with the Maggie character. I hated that Maggie descended into a hate-filled leader. So you're probably not going to like the character that I'm going to describe here. But I always thought that this would be a good character. I have a fondness for third-party characters. I have a fondness for good versus evil, and then there's another character that exists somewhere in between. You don't know if they're everybody's enemy. You don't know if they're everybody's friend. You're not entirely sure. Not necessarily a third villain. Not necessarily a situation of you have the good guys and the bad guys, but then there's this third person who's so ultra bad that the first two have to team up. The out for themselves person. No. Chaotic neutral. The person that thinks that they are out to right some wrongs and they will hurt anybody who gets in their way. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I don't want them to be selfish, because once a character is, because that's the thing with Littlefinger from Game of Thrones, that character was selfish. He was in it for himself. He was not out. Oh, from Game of Thrones, Varys, the bald guy, him. This is a character who would have, who literally would have killed whoever he had to kill, because first and foremost, his service was to the kingdom. That was what he cared about. So if you were a bad good guy or a good bad guy, he was going to do what had to be done to make sure that justice was served. One thing that people don't realize about Varys from Game of Thrones, from the last season of Game of Thrones, which I guess you kind of do, he had said before that he would try to kill, if he ever thought that Daenerys was going to be evil, that he would try to kill her. He had said that before. And then what happened? He tried to kill her. And she executed him for it. Total respect for him. Total respect for him for doing that, because he knew she was the villain. And for as many people that watch Game of Thrones that are like, oh my God, Daenerys is great. Yeah, you go. That's right. Dragon Lady. Yeah, taking over the kingdom. If anybody else said the things that she had said and acted the way she acted, she would have been identified as the villain a long time ago. But because everybody liked the character, she was the hero. So I liked Varys. So here's what I wanted to do with Maggie from Game of Thrones. I think he jumped on that too soon, especially after how hard he worked to reach her. That was, and Sorcerer. That was the problem with the last season of Game of Thrones, is that everything happened too soon in that season. Everything was rushed in that season because they did not have a lot of time. So that was more of a problem with the show than it was with Varys. Here's what I wanted to happen with Maggie. After Glenn died, after Glenn was killed, let's be accurate here. After Glenn was killed by Negan, I wanted Maggie to be on the revenge rampage. I wanted her to say, no, Negan has to pay. The Saviors have to pay for allowing it to happen. I want his blood. Bottom line. Rick would have said, well, we can't do that. You know, I have to worry about this community. I have to worry about Coral. I wanted her to say, if you get in my way, I'll kill you too. And I wanted Maggie to leave. And I wanted her to start doing her own thing. I would love for there to have been some sequences where she was causing the Saviors some trouble. And then when Hilltop and the Kingdom tried to step in and intervene, she caused trouble for them too. I would love for her to have been a revenge-filled third-party character that was dangerous to everybody. But when you go through her story, you realize she's right. I love characters that are like that. I wanted her, yes, DB, exactly. I wanted Maggie to descend into a force of nature that was dangerous for everybody if you got in her way, but if you stayed out of her way, you were safe. If you did exactly what she said, which is not get involved in her quest for revenge, you would have been fine. But that's what I wanted her to become. I wanted her to become this dangerous force that you don't know what side you're on. I love when there's the argument of, is she right? Is she wrong? Is she taking it too far? Is she not taking it far enough? That would have been a compelling direction for the character to go into. And she would have been justified. She would have been 100% justified. When you see what happened to Glenn, when you knowing that the father of her kid is beaten in this way, and this is what they're putting the communities through, and it would have been justifiable to say that she turns into this. And by the end, you would have been like, holy smokes. She has now become the most compelling character in the show. And what did they do? They turned her into they gave her some of that bitterness and that shit. Like the whole thing about the hilltop versus the kingdom, and don't get in my way. And she, like, the Maggie I want. Here's the Maggie that I want. The Maggie I want in the middle of the night would have broken into the town and would have killed Negan in the cell. That's the Maggie I'm looking for. And she would have killed everybody along the way who tried to stop her. That's the Maggie. You think she would dare challenge Carol? Ronan, imagine we get that version of Maggie, and that version of Maggie steps up to that version of Carol. Imagine where Carol is also the separate character, right? She's the one that went off and did her own thing, and she tried to make a life for herself because she didn't want to get involved. What happens when her involvement becomes, now I have to protect everybody? What? Oh my God. See, now I'm getting more pissed off because now this is even a better idea. What happens when Maggie becomes the antithesis of Carol? Carol is the one that doesn't want to be involved with any one group. She wanted to be on her own because she felt like that was the safest thing. She was not dangerous to anybody. What if Maggie was dangerous to everybody? Carol, Hilltop, Kingdom, Saviors. What if Maggie was so locked in, she was so turned by her quest that she was the opposite of Carol. This is the ultimate showdown. Is violent Maggie versus Carol, Demon Carol. That's your ultimate showdown for that show. That's where you could have taken that character, and they didn't. They neutered her. They put her in as the leader. She still had that Gregory guy with her, which pissed me off that the guy's name was Gregory. and she would not do what she needed to do. That's what bothered me about her. And then that's where the show started to decline for me, because these characters are not compelling anymore. They're doing exactly what I expect them to do, and it's not interesting. I need you to shake things up a little bit, and that was not an interesting version of her. If they would have done that with her, that would have been the best character on the show. And then the best fight on the show would have been Maggie versus Carol. That could have been the best thing to happen to that show. If it means less paperwork, I'll take chaos. Something like how people perceive Chigurh from No Country for Old Men, just an avatar of destruction, but without the overtone of the... And that's the problem. The guy from No Country for Old Men, I also found him to be a very interesting character. I thought that he was kind of compelling. The problem is he did it for money. That becomes a situation where he's selfish in a way. He acts like this force of nature, right? He acts like he's carrying out the will of life and death by going around, but he's doing it for money. So right off the bat, you're like, that's not really a noble cause. It's not. Whenever a character does something for money, it doesn't feel noble anymore. Punisher. Look at Punisher. I think Punisher takes it a little bit too far, but Punisher is in a way a very compelling character. He's a lot like what I'm talking about, because the Punisher believes he's on some noble quest, but he'll hurt the heroes too. Stay out of his way and you're fine. Get in his way and you're in trouble. And that's why a lot of people like. I think the problem with Punisher is that a lot of people. Punisher is a character that a lot of people misunderstand. You know what I love? You know what I get a kick out of? I get a kick out of these people that and I'm not gonna get really political or anything, but these people that think that, and this is an American thing. So if you're not in America, you probably can see what I'm talking about. These people that think that gun rights mean they have the right to form vigilante groups and they feel like they need to be the police of everybody. They want to turn themselves into this little militia that makes the laws. And then what do? They walk around with Punisher logos, right? They walk around with shirts with the Punisher skull painted on them. And you've seen everybody's seen the big pickup trucks where they've got the Punisher sticker on them. And you know what I mean? This is who they are. This is who they think they're supposed to be. The Punisher would hate these people. I don't think that some of these people understand. The Punisher would not like these people. These are people that think they have the right answer and they're trying to force that onto everybody else. The Punisher would not like you. If you're one of these people who thinks that I've got the gun, so I'm going to make the rules, the Punisher doesn't like you. You're the and I say this as the Punisher, as a character that uses guns. He would not like you because the idea is that you are inflicting your rule on other people. You either stay a rebel or you become the thought police of 1942. Yeah, the Punisher's trying to do the right thing, but he's too extreme about it. And he'll hurt anybody who's doing the wrong thing, no matter what. Twice the pride, double the fall. Oh, I love it. Yeah, he's about base, right, and wrong, not anything that's based on laws necessarily. That's why other superheroes and supervillains don't like the Punisher, because he's neutral chaos. He is neutral chaos, and that's interesting. I think there's something very compelling about villains who don't have delusions about their evilness and monstrosities. Partly why I prefer Thanos in Endgame over Infinity War. He knows what he's doing is wrong and doesn't care. That's a little bit different, Bobo, because he thinks what he's doing is right. He knows that it's horrible, but he thinks that it's right. And that's a little bit like the Punisher. That's a little like the Punisher. I think the Punisher is very aware that what he's doing is wrong, but he thinks that he's right. I remember on a page of Punisher comic that a group of police officers actually agree with him to the point where they have his logo on their cars. He immediately rips the logo off and tells them not to follow his ways or he will kill them. Because it's wrong. Because he knows that he's wrong. He knows that the path of chaos that he has chosen is not something that everybody should choose. But one person has to do it. Not everybody. There was no Endgame Thanos. Oh yeah, you're right. That was Guardians of the Galaxy. Yeah, you're right. That was Guardians of the Galaxy Thanos. That was the Endgame Thanos is just the jerk. How long before it got ownership is I'm not even gonna get into that. Not even gonna get into that. What time is it? 5:20. I mean, do we really even get into Rondo at this point? God. You know what? It's funny. We started this early, and we were talking about like the just chatting being more popular, and it's I see now why there are streamers that only do talking, and because it's fun, it's interesting. Punisher has killed all of Marvel before Deadpool. I never care. Well, so I like the idea of Punisher, but I never really got into Punisher comics or anything. And I think that's just because a lot of the Punisher stuff that I'm familiar with interacted with Spider-Man, and I never really followed Spider-Man. I never was really a big fan of Spider-Man villains. I'm not familiar with any of the Spider-Man stories. I just never really followed Spider-Man. So as a result, I didn't really follow Punisher. I thought Endgame Thanos was the invincible grimace, immune to all viruses. The post-credit scene in the Eternals makes me hate MCU. I haven't seen anything from Eternals other than people are saying it was a disappointment. Spider-Man is Batman, but poor. Yeah, that's kind of accurate. That is a little accurate. No, you know what? Spider-Man is Batman, but poor. Black suit Spider-Man was Batman, but poor. Although Black suit Spider-Man was probably a little bit too aggressive, but I think that Black suit Spider-Man was probably a little bit closer to Batman. I think the big difference with Batman is that Peter Parker turned into Spider-Man. Batman turned into Bruce Wayne. Does that make sense? Right? Like the Bruce Wayne that we all pretty much know is that feels like the act. And I think that's sort of the joke. Hey, recruit, what's going on? I think that's sort of the thing with Batman is that like with Superman, obviously he's actually Superman and he pretends to be Clark Kent, but Clark Kent is like the version that he wants to be. Like if Superman, in the times that Superman has lost his powers, he's just been Clark Kent. He seems like he's content to be Clark Kent. Batman is Batman. When he becomes Bruce Wayne, that's the act. That's the mask. There you go. Yeah. That's the mask. Great line in Batman Beyond. The great line is when they try to convince him that he's crazy, but they keep calling him Bruce Wayne, and he knows that that's not his voice in his head because they're calling him Bruce Wayne and not Batman. Great. That's a great characterization of him. He is Batman and pretends to be Bruce Wayne sometimes. One of the reasons I liked Michael Keaton's Batman, other than Kevin Conroy, the reason Michael Keaton is my favorite Batman is because when Batman turned it off and became Bruce, and he went to go be Bruce Wayne, he did a great Bruce Wayne. That was my thing that I liked about him, is that he did a good Bruce Wayne. When you look at the Bruce Wayne in the Nolan trilogy, you're like, hey, he's a broody jerk. Of course everybody's gonna think that he's Batman. Obviously. We can do Rondo probably for I mean we only have like a half an hour left. We're probably not even gonna do Rondo. I think we'll do Rondo on Thursday. Why don't we do, I will promise you I want you to hold me to it. On Thursday, we're going to play Rondo, but I don't think I'm not going to turn it on and just play for 20 minutes. He is Batman. Bruce Wayne. Yeah, Bruce Wayne is the alter ego. Bruce Wayne is his alter ego. I thought he was just Marvel's Batman. I know exactly what line you're talking about. Yeah, that's it's Sentinel. That's one of my favorite moments of Terry McGinnis Batman in Batman Beyond is he says the voice kept calling me Bruce, but in my head, that's not what I call myself. He says, what do you call yourself? And he just gives him that look, right? He gives him that look. He's like, and then Terry looks at him and goes, and it's great. He goes, oh yeah, I suppose you would, but that's my name now. And I was like, yeah, there you go. Terry McGinnis owning the Batman. He is the guy now. I love it. Oh my God, that's such a good show, man. That's such a good show. I don't mind his Bruce, but I hated Bale's everybody. I don't think anybody legitimately liked Bale's Batman voice. I don't think anybody thought that was a good choice. And I still, to this day, question the makers of the movie, the director and all. I still question why someone didn't say, okay, I don't know what that voice is that you're doing, but please take it down a notch. Spider-Man is kind of both Peter and Spider-Man. His dynamic is juggling both lives. That's a good balance. I think that's a good balance, is that that's an interesting dynamic that pops up when you have people who are powered all the time. I think that becomes Spider-Man, Peter Parker is always Spider-Man. He doesn't turn off the powers. He's not Shazam. He doesn't turn it off. So, and then when you look at like Batman doesn't have powers. Batman takes off the suit and all the tech, and he's just a regular guy. There's this interesting dynamic that happens with superheroes when they have to be super all the time. They always have, Superman can go between, he's Superman in the suit and he's Clark Kent out of the suit. But when Superman goes to pick up a cup off of the table, he has to be aware of the fact that he could crush the cup into a diamond if he wanted to. He has to be aware of this all the time. So there's this interesting dynamic that happens where they don't know how work-life. It's funny as it sounds, it's work-life balance. They don't know how to balance between the two things. Spider-Man is a good example of that, where Spider-Man has a job and a girlfriend and an aunt that he has to take care of, and he also has to be Spider-Man. He's got the spider sense that can trigger at any time. Like, he has to try and balance these two things, and that's very interesting. Christian Bale Batman was iconic. Christian Bale Batman became iconic because those movies were so good. If Batman Begins was the only Christian Bale Batman movie, most of us would have said, damn, that was a really good movie. I still don't know why he sounded like that, though. But the movies took off. Dark Knight took off and was an amazing movie. And then Dark Knight Rises, I don't know. I don't know where I put those. What do you think? Dark Knight Rises and Begins? Or Dark Knight Begins and Rises? I don't know. Dark Knight goes at the top. I don't think anybody questions that Dark Knight is the better of the three movies. Did you see that they're doing audio dramas to continue Batman TAS? I saw. I mean, just make a cartoon. Damn it, Mr. L. Just make a cartoon out of Batman TAS. His voice was fine in Batman Beyond. It got worse over the series. Wait. Begins? Begins. You talking about Begins? I think you meant DB. I think you meant Begins. Bale's Bat voice threw me off because I heard it in Batman Begins first, and the first villain was Scarecrow. That voice in everyone's fear hallucination was hilarious. I'm Bat Demon. Bruce witnessed his parents' murder and had no power. Peter had power and indirectly caused his uncle's death. There's an interesting dynamic there. And that's a shame because Spider-Man should be very interesting. I just don't find him interesting. If that thing about pressure making diamonds is true, why am I not the biggest, brightest diamond? Latimer. Sounds to me like the only person that thinks you're not is you. I mean, pressure makes diamonds out of all of us. You just have to do it right. You have to, here's what you have to do, Latimer. You have to survive the pressure, and you have to embrace the pressure and make it a part of who you are. There you go. If all you ever try and do is escape it, you'll never be the diamond you are. Oh my God, that was so after school. I need the more you know thing, man. Oh, one of my favorite scenes was always when Bruce went to save Terry from Ink. Terry sees him using the mech suit that he knows puts too much stress on his heart. Through all the barbs they throw at each other, you can see they care about each other. Yeah, that's such a good show, man. Batman Beyond was such an amazing show. Rises was just okay. You should check more Spider-Man. It rivals Batman for a reason. Somebody mentioned Batman and Batman and Spider-Man. I've never seen that. One thing I like about the original Superman movies is the personality that Superman puts on as Clark Kent. He addresses that in the Dark Side Invasion in Superman TAS. I feel like I live in a world made of cardboard, always taking constant care not to break. Oh, I remember that because then he cuts it loose with Darkseid and he starts punching him like crazy. I remember that because you can take it, because that's what he says, right? But you can take it. Yeah. My only problem with that, DB, is, and this happened if you guys read when Superman was killed by Doomsday, by the end they were punching each other so hard that it was shattering the windows in the buildings around them. There's a great panel for that I think it was a 2-page panel. I'm not sure, but it was a wide panel, and by the end of it, they're just throwing haymakers at each other, and they're punching each other so hard that the windows on all of the buildings and stuff around them are shattering all at once. Great great example of the power when they really, really cut it loose. I recommend Spider-Man. Spider-Man Noir. You might like that Spider-Man. You think you're an exception to the rule? Is that what it is? So Steven Universe stream. No Steven Universe stream. No Steven Universe stream. I still never finished Steven Universe Future either. Got a little free time. Hey, Flip. It's a good thing it was Sunday and the buildings were empty. Yeah, right. We still talking? Oh no, we're all over the place. Are you kidding me? We're all over the place. Flash beating Luthor Brainiac was a roller coaster of emotions. Yeah, I like that stuff. I like that when they were like punching each other and it was the shockwaves breaking the glass. Like that's interesting. That's a cool sort of like, this is really like, I would love to read a comic where they use some real physics just to see how, like, obviously you can't have realistic physics in comics, but I would love to see it. Just to see, like, wow, we really, when we have to pay attention to physics, we can't do a lot of stuff. Like Superman, I love the idea of like Superman picks up a car by the fender and throws it. Do you realize with the weight of a car and the strength of Superman, he would just rip the fender off? He would never get the car off the ground. He would grab the fender and go like this, and he would end up with a chunk of metal in his hand. He would rip through the fender. Flash is my favorite DC hero. Wish he got a video game. If Flash never had a video game? That's so wild. How do you not give that character a video game? Is there any chance it was just they just redressed him up and Flash was actually Sonic the Hedgehog? Yeah. Oh, what is it? 5:32? Oh my god, I can't believe we talked for 3.5 hours. He does. Oh, it's called. No. Not, what is it? Not Jungle Run. Temple Run. Temple Run. Is it? Yeah, Temple Run. Isn't that the? That's the Flash video game. Disney Fox acquisition didn't change the timetable of when the MCU planned to introduce the multiverse. Oh, interesting. Confirms Marvel Studio. Wow, it's like I think they were watching the stream and just flat out was like, okay, we need to address this now. That's great. So the Disney Fox acquisition didn't change the timetable of when the MCU planned to introduce the multiverse, confirms. That's so funny that literally is popping up. We just talked about that. That's hysterical. Wow. All right, maybe I'm wrong there. It got canceled. It will be over in 2. Okay. How's this for a cool Flash video game concept? Since you made the joke like it will be over in 2 seconds. How's this for a Flash video game? What about an adventure or like a beat 'em up or something where like something like Super Hot, where obviously it's going to look like bullet time, but then when everything is done, you get to watch the whole thing in real time. And yeah, the whole thing ends up like it's a 10-15 minute stage, but the whole thing ends up lasting about a minute. And this is kind of interesting. I like this. I think that would be a good idea. So your character moves at normal speed. Right, your character moves at normal speed. The obstacles, the things that they're doing, the bad guys that are trying to hit you, the stuff that they're throwing at you is coming at you in what looks like slow motion, but the game is designed to sort of like that. So the game is designed for it to still be a challenge, even though it's moving in slow motion. But when you're done, you can make a playback of the stage, and then at that point, all of the enemies and obstacles are moving at normal speed, but your character is zipping through everything. So you're kind of like making a video. Well, the difference with Super Hot, Jerf, is that Super Hot, when you stop moving, the game stops moving. So I don't want that to happen. I want there to be, once the game starts moving, it keeps going, whether you stand still or not. But you're going through at normal speed. Everything looks like it's going slow motion. So then at the end, you get a replay of what happens in the stage. But now the rest of the stage is moving at normal speed, and now you're moving at super speed. just for like a replay, like a video replayability. Like, I don't know. I think that would be kind of cool. Yeah, the replay action is in real time. They could have been planning to bring back David Hasselhoff. Hey, you leave David Hasselhoff, Nick Fury alone. That was, yeah, it was awful. I want to defend it, but it was awful. Wait, what's this? Hold on. Batman knocks. I thought you'd just appear in our kitchen or something. He did do that once, and I won't do it again. Oh boy. I would love to know what he saw. I love it. Oh, wait. When was Hassel? Oh, my God. Okay. Can somebody please link a picture? So there was a Nick Fury movie in late 90s. They tried to do a made-for-TV Nick Fury movie, and David Hasselhoff was Nick Fury. And I'm serious. Oh, my God. It was delightfully awful or awfully delightful. I don't really know which. They can use a mechanic like in Shinobi for PS2 where you chain attacks one after the other, and after so many, you get a quick cut scene of all the enemies being defeated. Oh, you know what? Remember the scene in X-Men? Which X-Men was it? First Class? No, was it Days of Future Past? Days of Future Past. Where the Quicksilver scene. The Quicksilver scene where he runs around and beats everybody up, but he does it at super speed. Somebody put it on YouTube and they put it at full speed. Yeah, it was Days of Future Past. Somebody made it at full speed. So they cut out the time in a bottle scene. They cut out the scene of him running around. So it literally is the guns come up, and remember when Charles goes, no, and because he goes, no, and it slows down, and then that's when he starts. He goes, no, and then everything happens. Everything is done, and they're like, what happened? And that's like their perspective of what they saw, because what they didn't see the slow motion running around. They went, no, and then everything was over. All the guys, the place was a mess, and everybody was down. That was a cool perspective. I liked seeing it look like that. So I would like to see that in like a Flash game where you play as the Quicksilver, you play as bullets are coming at you. And so like once it starts, right, the bullets are here, you have to figure out how to get through. You have to figure out what obstacles, maybe you have to deal with the fact that the Flash is moving so quick that he might be a danger to himself and others. And then when you complete the stage successfully, you get a replay at full speed, and now it looks like what you're used to seeing with the Flash. I think that would be kind of cool. Is this the Nick Fury? Oh my God! Oh, look at him, he's great. Oh, beautiful. Oh my God! Yeah, it was such a hokey made-for-TV movie. He did that in Days of Future Past, Apocalypse, and Dark Phoenix. Yeah, I know that he had so I remember the one in Apocalypse. I never saw Dark Phoenix. I remember the one in Apocalypse. I didn't like it as much. I think that the one in Days of Future Past was the best version of that joke. Fury. Yeah, Fury was white until... Nick Fury was always white, I believe. He wasn't black until Samuel L. Jackson played the character, which was great because when Samuel L. Jackson played Nick Fury, nobody cared, right? A lot of the time you see this nowadays where they change they change the gender or they change the nationality or the race of somebody, and it's like, okay, I don't mind it, but I don't understand why they changed it. When Samuel L. Jackson played Nick Fury, nobody cared. Everybody was like, yeah, that's fine. That's totally okay. It's Samuel L. Jackson. Do it. You mean it's Sonic the Hedgehog movie? Okay, so I still haven't watched the Sonic movie. I still have not watched that movie. That scene was good, but every movie or show that has a super fast character uses it. I'll tell you what did something really good with a speedster character was... The Boys. For anybody that saw The Boys, the speedster character did something horrible. He was Sam Jackson before Iron Man 1. Yeah, he was always Samuel L. Jackson. In the Miles Morales Spider-Man crossover comic, they actually go into that. When Peter from a different universe meets Nick Fury and is surprised when he asks, "Oh, my Nick Fury is white." Sorry to hear that. I love it. I love it. Black Nick Fury was part of the Ultimate comic line. They didn't even bother to. Behind he was Oh, okay, all right. But that was after, right? Wasn't that after Sam Jackson played Nick Fury? I mean, if you have a chance to have Samuel in your movie, you don't. Yeah, no way. A-Train, yeah, A-Train. That was the speedster from The Boys. Yeah, they did a. Oh, before. Wait. What do you mean he was? Wait, what do you mean he was Sam Jackson before? You mean Nick Fury? Is that what you're saying? 1990 Captain America and Red Skull. Oh God, the movie. Yes, look at him. Oh my God, I love this version of Captain America. It's so, that version of Captain America is so on the money. It's so like, man, you took no creative license with that Captain America. Oh, so the Ultimate comic was first. Oh, okay. All right. So the Ultimate comic was first. Okay. So Nick Fury was black in the Ultimate comic, and then it was played by he was played by Sam Jackson. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. CT, what's going on? Had a dentist appointment. No cavities of alarm. I really need to go to the dentist. And CT dropping the gift sub. Thank you so much, CT. Flip, if you're still here, you received the gift sub. Be sure to thank CT Scan for that. And CT Scan, I never asked you. Are you in the medical field in some way? Are you are you on your way to becoming a doctor or something? Because your name is CT Scan. The Ultimate comics were the first to publish in the... Okay, so yeah, so the Ultimate comics were the first version of Sam Jackson, Nick Fury. He was drawn to look like... Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. I didn't know... I thought that... Because I didn't see the Ultimate's version of Nick Fury until after we saw Sam Jackson, Nick Fury, so I thought that they modeled him after that. I kind of like the Ultimate. People told me that the Ultimate comics were good. People told me that was something. No, the Ultimates, the one that deals with like the Marvel Cosmic stuff. Wasn't there two Ultimates comics? There was one that was called the Ultimates, and that dealt with the Marvel Cosmic, which is more of what I'm into. I'm more into Marvel Cosmic. If I had to sit down and read Marvel, I need the cosmic scale stuff. I have full respect for anyone studying in the medical field. As someone studying in engineering field, you make my major look easy. Ultimate line is hey Ryan, Ultimate line is just all right except for Spidey, which is good for a longer period of time. If you like the cosmic stuff, DC does a lot of that. Yeah, like DC Cosmic, I don't know much about. I'll be honest with you, I don't know much about DC Cosmic other than I guess he's supposed to be their one above all. He's like I hate to say it this way, but he's like the fat guy in the suit. I guess he's supposed to be their version of the one above all. I guess he's supposed to be like the top god. And stuff like Mr. Mxyzptlk is his name. Like the multi-dimensional single character. The Presence. Thank you. It's the Presence. Yeah. Like, I don't know anything about it other than the Presence and Mr. Mxyzptlk, which I think I'm saying that name wrong, actually. I'm into Marvel Street Levels, but DC Cosmic, so I'm the opposite. Clark Kent is now pretty much entirely off-world hero, as John Kent is now Earth Superman. See, that sounds cool to me. It dumps tons of Green Lantern issues. Yeah, I want CT scan lore. Here we go. No, sadly, was Still planning on going to grad school. I use CT scan because my first name starts with T and my last is my first name starts with C and my last is with T. And my mentor at university band called me CT scan, because there was another Connor. So, okay. Oh, wait. But what's the scan part? Or is that is it CT's can? Is that what it's supposed to be? Or is it CT scan? Because you got the capital S. So I look at it as CT scan. It's like mixes pitling, right? Isn't that it? Also, New Gods in DC is very cosmic. The stuff dark side. See, yeah, that sounds interesting to me. That's CT scan. Okay. Mixelspitlik. Okay. Oh my God, that's such a crazy name. They need. You know what they need is that character in a game at all? I need that character to be in a game where they say his name so I can finally hear it right. Jack Kirby created a lot of the yeah, and I think the Marvel cosmic stuff just interests me so much because I know more about it, and I just don't know about, like, does anybody understand? Fun fact: Mxyzptlk and Batmite are from the same. But the thing about Mxyzptlk is that he's the same one wherever he pops up. Like it's a single. It's not like a different version in every time you see him. It's like the Doctor. He's supposed to be the same one all the time. We're having beef pot roast. Ooh. Later, CT. Have a good one. Enjoy the rare Who roast beast. Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know a lot about. He's not omnidimensional. Oh, he's not. Okay, that's what I always heard. I always heard that he was omnidimensional. Jack Kirby made the New Gods for DC during his detection. Yeah, because that's what I always heard about that character, is that whenever you see him, whatever universe he's in, it's the same character. It's the one character, but he likes to basically tag along with Superman, but he will go through different universes and interact with different Supermen. But it's always the same one. I find Darkseid more interesting than Thanos. Again, that's another character I just don't know a lot about the DC characters. I never latched onto DC the same way. What is this? This is okay. I might have seen this. I might have actually seen this clip. Hold on, let me wait for the ad to. Yeah. If you have a YouTube video paused on the ads, it waits a second. Like for the normal ad time, and it just doesn't play the ads, and it just skips right to the video. That's funny. Okay, I'm going to leave that because I want to watch that. I might have seen that video. Darkseid's a fascinating character. Yeah, I just don't know a lot about DC Cosmic. Like Marvel Cosmic, I watched from Rob Jefferson, who does Comics Explained. He does a great 5-part series about the Marvel Cosmic Universe. Like the fact that it's the... I think at the origin of the universe, it's the 6th universe. After the last universe got destroyed, I believe it got absorbed into the Mcron crystal, and then, or the Mcron crystal cracked and that universe came out or something. I think that's what it is. Don't quote me on that. But then that basically destroyed the 5th universe. But right before it happened, Galen the Traveler merged with that universe's version of Eternity, I think, and then came through in this universe, and that was Galactus, and then it talked about the forming of the pantheon of cosmic beings, the creation of the Infinity Stones. Like, it's a great series. It's a fantastic voiceover series that he does, and it talks about Marvel Cosmic from the beginning of the universe to the pantheon of gods and lands that we know of. Very, very good. This sure is a lot of words. Yeah, it really is. Later, Lilac, have a good one. And Lilac, I don't think I said it before, but I watched a video of the fight. I'm very, very proud of you for what you did. Next fight, we'll get him next time. I remember the Darkseid we see in the comics is always an avatar because he's a transcendent being and can't actually be contained in the universe properly. Is that? Oh, that's kind of cool. That is actually super cool. The closest I've been into Marvel Cosmic, I feel like the closest most people have been into Marvel Cosmic is probably the Fantastic Four. I feel like that's probably a little bit more like that's a good introduction into Marvel Cosmic. But yeah, I just find that level of storytelling more interesting. I find it more interesting than I'm gonna beat up bank robbers. Okay, it's funny. I still have the PS4 on. All right, we never even got to a game today. Fantastic Four, I'm kind of into, not really. Omnidimensional beings I'm aware of. Darkseid, Spectre, Monitor, Anti-Monitor, and Dr. Manhattan. Like Dr. Manhattan I think would be really cool. Is he multidimensional? I thought he was this like omnipotent within the universe. Is he considered omnidimensional? You know who had a good omnidimensional arc? Was Molecule Man. Owen Reese had a good omnidimensional arc to him. That was pretty interesting. I think I love the idea of comics more than I like. I can't really buy them and read them as much, but I love the scope of the storytelling, and I think that's why I like like if I want to watch, bank robbers and action movies, and this guy's got a nuclear bomb, and you know what I mean? If I want to watch that level of stuff, I've got a wealth of movies and TV shows and other video games and other properties that I can play. What I like about like Marvel Cosmic is that it is on a level that you just don't really get. That's why I didn't like the idea. The Eternals movie, I didn't watch it, and it doesn't interest me because they look like people and they're on Earth. Why is that interesting? Give me the cosmic level beings. I want to see eternity. I want to see what's the other one? It's eternity and oblivion. I want to see Master Order and Master Chaos or whatever they were called. I think that's what they were called in there. I want to see the Living Tribunal. These are the characters that I want to see. If I want to see people, I've got a nuclear bomb, I've got a big freeze gun, I'm trying to take over the world. I got 10,000 things I can watch with that in it. There's not a lot of stuff that goes into the cosmic beginning of the universe stuff. I like that. What if Superman No Way Home ends with Peter grabbing a blue Fantastic Four suit and brown sandwich bag with two? Oh my God. How great would that be? He's omnidimensional after a recent-ish story with Superman. Basically, Dr. Manhattan was kind of done with the whole idea of restarting everything in search of a better universe and finds that Superman is a universal constant and things will always get better with Superman in it. So there's reason to hope. That's interesting. That's actually really super interesting. See how much more interesting it gets when Superman becomes a more universal figure and not just some guy protecting one city on one planet? See how fat that one paragraph was so much more interesting than typical Superman to me. I see cosmic stuff as needlessly big. I can kill you with a thought, but I can kill you with only a thought, but can you? That's why I like it though, Hawk. I like it because we as people outside of media, like looking into the real world, we have trouble fathoming the unbelievable expansiveness that is the universe. We cannot, for anybody that thinks you can understand the scope of the universe, you are not, for as much as you think it is, you are probably acknowledging 1% of 1% of 1% of everything that is out there. So I like this attempt to scale it down to something we can comprehend. I like the attempt at that. I miss Omega Red and Sabretooth and Doctor Doom. What if Superman is evil in the universe? Isn't that movie Brightburn? Wasn't that the movie? Like what if Superman but bad? Bizarro Superman Shadow. Superman is more interesting when you delve into the Kryptonian lore. You'd like Legion of Superheroes then. It's a group of youngish superheroes hundreds of years after mainline DC that were inspired by Superman. That's, we see them, don't we? Don't we see them at some point? And, no, I'm thinking of the future Justice League. I'm thinking of the Justice League from the future where Static Shock is there because they trying to make Static Shock relevant, man. I think that's what I'm thinking of. Oh no, wait, Legion of Superheroes, that's who Superman Prime groups up with. There was a whole cartoon about them. Is that who Superman Prime gets involved with? Or Superman 1 million? I don't know technically what he's supposed to be called. Doesn't he get involved with them? Because that's like the Superman 15,000 years into the future. After he like absorbed the sun, the power of the sun for that long. Eternals is very philosophical in its storytelling. Brainiac 5. Okay, so yeah, I am familiar. I have heard of these characters. Yes. Okay, so I have heard of these characters. Yeah, so no, Superboy, I think the Superboy I'm familiar with was like the reincarnation of Superman after the death of Superman. Static Shock's a great character. DC needs to use him more. It was them with Superman when he was like a late teen. They brought him into the future. Okay. All right. So that's what I'm thinking of. I like cosmic setting, but when it comes to characters, I think they mostly fell flat. So you like the setting. You just don't like the characters within the setting. That's understandable. Legion of Superheroes had a short-lived animated series, 2 seasons, I believe. They also did a guest appearance on an episode of Superman TAS. I always say when I see TAS, I always think Batman. It's not entirely up to DC. He's owned by a different company that DC sort of owns. Oh, okay, that's for that. Legion appeared in Superman TAS, Young Justice, etc., etc. Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was when we dealt with. Did we ever see Superman Prime anywhere other than the comics? We didn't see him in any other properties, did we? Superman 1 million or Superman Prime. I thought Superboy was a clone or clone. I'm sorry. Yeah. No, I think he was. I think he was a clone. Cause when Superman died, there were 4 Supermen, right? Please correct me if I'm wrong on this. This is what I always thought of the 4 Supermen. It was the one that was like the Terminator, remember? And I guess it was like they experimented on his body. There was Superboy, who I guess was a clone. Steel, and then the one, I guess he was called the Eradicator, but he turned out to be like a bad guy or something. I haven't read Death of Superman in forever, or Life of Superman, really. Legion is also known for silly heroes like Bouncing Boy and Arm Fall Off Man. Oh my God. There's a funny creator commentary of that episode of Batman TAS, Superman. See, I keep saying it, where Bruce Timm and Alan Burnett are whining about how many Legionnaires there are and how they only know one guy who could name everyone on screen. Cyborg Superman was the other one. Yeah, that was the Terminator one. That was the one where they experimented him with the robot. That was the one that I was thinking of. Yeah, so it was Cyborg Superman, Superboy, Steel, and I always called them the Eradicator. I thought that's what they called them. And then there was the question of, were any of those the real Superman? And then it turned out to be none of them, right? Didn't it turn out to not be any of them? Don't forget, Legion of Superheroes also appeared in Smallville as well. God, that's probably late Smallville. I can't. You know what's crazy? I don't think I can watch Smallville anymore because of Allison Mack. It sucks so much. I really don't think I could watch that show anymore because of her. Eradicator was Superman's replacement till Superman got healthy. Okay, that's what it was. I think that was after. Yeah, that was definitely after I gave up on Smallville. That was after I gave up on Smallville. Allison Mack is. I can't watch that show anymore after all of that. Oh, Jet, here's what I'm going to say. I'm not... Oh, my God. Okay, if I remember right, the whole thing with Allison Mack was that she was involved in like a human trafficking ring. Wasn't that the thing with her? That it was like a human trafficking situation that she was actually very deeply involved in? Death of Superman and Reign of Superman are they did make animated movies. I've never seen them. I should probably sit down and watch those. You might also like Adam Strange, a DC sci-fi hero who is very retro-futuristic in nature. Lots of weird stuff happens. Interesting. Yeah, it was a human trafficking cult. Yeah. And she was actually in. I remember when I saw it, I'm like, wait, the one from Chloe from Smallville? And they're like, yeah, oh my God. And Sam Jones III, who was, that was his friend in Smallville. Did he get involved in something? Why did Sam Jones III leave Smallville? Sam Jones 3. Why did he leave? He played Pete Ross. Oh, he went to jail. He went to jail. Penultimate episode of season 3, Pete left the series when his mother took a job outside of Smallville. According to Pete, he wanted to leave because of the pressure of keeping Clark's secret too much. But yeah, hold on. Why did Sam Jones leave Smallville? After overcoming the backlash faced with his character's ethnic background change, character Sam Jones III went to make Pete Ross a lovable character. I guess so he was not. Okay, I didn't actually know that. Yeah, I don't know why he left the show. But I think it said after jail he came back to acting. I think that's why. She was involved with NXVIM, a sex trafficking cult posing as a marketing company. While not cosmic, if you also want something really weird, dial H for hero. Well, I feel like I know that name. Is a quirky comic about a guy who gets a weird rotary phone, not always rotary, that depending on the number he dials gives him a new power. Oh my God, it's like Freakazoid, but he can randomize it. Everyone knows Steel, absolutely. Yes. We all know Steel. He was John Henry, right? Wasn't the guy's name John Henry? Which is a little on the nose. I mean, that's kind of on the nose if you're familiar with American folklore. John Henry Irons, yeah. A little on the nose there. Naming your guy John Henry. That's American folklore. You can look that one up. Which apparently that guy John Henry, I always thought he was a steel driving man, and he was real. He was a real person. That was one of those where it was like, oh, he's like a folk legend, and it's like, no, he was actually a real person. I think there's speculation about where he actually was, like where the whole John Henry versus the steam train thing happened, but or the steam machine happened. But most people acknowledge that it was a real person. Yeah, Davy Crockett's another one that's like, isn't that just a folk legend? Like, no, he was a real guy. He was a real person. Allison Mack trafficking cult. David Hasselhoff, Nick Fury. We're learning things today. But I actually think we are done learning things today. I have to say something here. I have to say something before we wrap up. Let me hold on. Let me open up Twitch, see where we're going here. I have to say something. All right, I'm gonna say yeah, I'll send you there. Hold on. Give me a second here. No. Okay. I have so much more DC weirdness to talk about. Well, you should have been here earlier, Ryan. I say this all the time, and I always mean it, and I really do always mean it, but I have to say I mean this now more than usual. I have to say thank you, because I spent 4 hours in just chatting, jumping from topic to topic with all of you. And I can honestly say this has been some of the most fun I've had on a stream. I have had a ton of fun today on this stream. And we literally just talked about whatever for 4 hours. I've been doing this for 4 years. I've been streaming for 4 years now. And been lurking. No problem, Blue Wave. I appreciate it. I've been doing this for 4 years now. And I always think about this is going to sound weird. I always think about if I'm doing it right. I always think about, am I talking too much at the beginning part? And, am I not playing enough games? Am I not talking enough? Am I playing too much game? Am I playing the right games? Am I playing the wrong games? And is the fact that I'm a topic jumping motor mouth annoying? And I think at this point, I've at least accepted that I'm not doing everything entirely wrong. I feel like I'm doing some of it right. I'm getting some things right. What I'm getting wrong is that I probably am not doing as much as I'm supposed to, right? I've talked before. I'm not really, I don't really interact with YouTube as much as I should. I don't interact with different social medias. I mean, at this point, as cringy as it sounds, I should probably be making TikToks at this point. I think I'd have a lot of fun making little goofy videos on TikToks, or at least turning clips of the show into TikToks. But then I do stuff like this, and I worry about, there's no way this is entertaining. There's no way that this is fun for 4 hours. And then I do this for 4 hours, and you guys are here the whole time. You're interacting. You're getting in on the conversation. No one's being hostile. We're jumping on the bots, right? The bots come up and I can't get to them fast enough. And I cannot thank you guys enough for every once in a while. I'm always validated when I stream and you guys show up and hang out. But every once in a while, I am validated in a way that just warms the cockles of my heart, which I love saying because it's a funny way to say cock. But I just want to thank you all so much for hanging out. I'm going to give Sage some treats off stream because he looks like he looks like he's awake now because I said his name. Let me read the last of these. The Flash is so fast and universal rebooty. His lore in his very existence caused the Speed Force to will itself into existence because of his accident. You have a dedicated audience. You got to be doing something right. I think so, Ronan. I think so. You should use YouTube to make sure streams aren't lost. I really should. Jet, the danger there is if I transfer every stream over to YouTube, I worry that it's going to be boring or it's going to be irritating or that I'm going to get in trouble. I actually do worry that I'm going to get in trouble because I don't want YouTube to think that I am spam uploading. And I think you used to be able to get in trouble for that. If you listed too long of content too often, I think they would think that you were just spamming uploads, and I think you used to be able to get penalized somehow for that. So I was worried about doing that, and honestly, I'm just too lazy to cut the show up into pieces. I really am. Jokes on you. I'm into this crap. Only thing you're doing wrong is you're not saying cap enough. Oh, I'm not saying cap enough. That is a cap. I'm sorry. I apologize for that. I love how bits become a chat bonding experience as we watch the scramble to murder them. Oh, bots. Bots become a chat bonding experience as we scramble to murder them. Thank you for the streams. You always make my day whenever work gets bleh. I enjoy the videos on YouTube. I found you from. Oh, you did. Oh my God. I really probably should be making more YouTube content. Oh. I should probably just upload this. What do you think? I should upload this stream to YouTube. Just see how people enjoy the stream of consciousness. If I upload this to YouTube, it'll get 10 views maximum. It'll get 10 views maximum. Which, I mean, if I just hit the export button, it kind of would, right? Alrighty, but I think that's actually going to do it for today. All right, give me 1 second here. That's what we'll send you. I already said it, but I'm going to say it again because I mean it again and again. Thank you. You can upload your Guilty Gear matches. That might be a thing to do too. Thank you. Hey, Homecoming, we're wrapping up, man. I'm sorry you got here so late. Thank you, everybody, for stopping in and for hanging out. I cannot thank you enough for all of the love and support you guys give. Follows, gift subs, bits when you drop them. Just thank you. And like I said, all of that stuff is great, but the most important thing is that you're here, you're interacting, you're talking, you're being part of the conversation. This is my favorite aspect of streaming, is that I get to hang out with you. So thank you. I appreciate it. I have to make an executive decision. I don't think we're actually here. Let me hold on. Before we do anything else, let me cancel this. I don't think we're gonna go back to Odin Sphere. I love the game. I think it's really good. I am most likely gonna continue playing it off stream when I get time, but I think that as I play that game, I realize that that's probably not a great streaming game. It's a great game to play. It's a great game to experience for yourself. So if you ever get a chance to play it, I would absolutely say to try it out and give it a real strong try. But I think the executive decision is going to be that I do think we're going to cancel that game. As for what we're going to play next, I have no idea. I'm not going to play Breath of Fire. I tried. I did not like that game. Maybe if I play Breath of Fire 2, I will like it better. But part 1, I didn't like. Remind me, we'll talk about it again sometime. But I was not a huge fan of Breath of Fire 1. Kabuki Quantum Fighter. That's a game that we should play. You know what? Homecoming? I'm going to say this. We have not played a legit retro game in a while. So maybe we should have a day where we play a little SNES and NES. We'll go through some classes. Oh no! I'm sorry. Thank you, Ebel. Ebel has reminded me. You all can remind me of this again on Thursday. No, next stream Thursday we're playing Rondo of Blood. Thank you for reminding me of that. Do not let me forget. Thursday stream when we start. Remind me we are playing Rondo of Blood. So thank you for that. But now I'm going to send you over to, Some Call Me Johnny. He is playing Metroid Prime 3 Corruption. Retro game Dragon Quest. We did Dragon Quest. I actually did play Dragon Quest 1. Dragon Warrior, I should say. So I wouldn't mind doing another one of those at some point. But right now I'm going to send you over to John. He's playing Metroid Prime 3. So head on over there, have fun, represent us very well. Thank you so much again, everybody, for stopping in and for hanging out. Don't forget to drink your mask, wear your water, social distance whenever possible. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. And I will see you all on Thursday.